Tes suara gimana? Opening remarks by acting. Oh, supaya supaya saya ke sini ya. tes, tes. Masuk?
Tes 1 2 tes.
Tes. Hah? Tes.
Tes. Ibu Sinta Satarina. Tes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Director General Waste and Hazardous Waste Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Ibu Insinyur Sinta Saparina Sumiarno MSc, Director of Performance Evaluation of Hazardous Waste and Non-Hazardous Waste Management, Distinguished Director of Environmental Research Center, IPB University, Professor Dr. Hefmi Effendi, Master of Philosophy, Honorable Professor Dr. Satoshi Murao from Daiichi Institute of Technology, Japan, Distinguished Professor Dr. Sekcha Ganda Secha from Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University Putra, Malaysia, Honorable Bapak Dr. Nur Sumedi, SPIMP, Acting Secretary of Agency for Standardization of Environment and Forestry Instruments, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia. Respectable guests, presenters, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're doing well amidst the challenges and the changes during this pandemic. My name is Rizky Rahmani, and it is my honor to welcome you to the 6th INAFOR 2021 International Conference of Indonesia Forestry Researchers, Tropical Forests and Environmental Researchers Conference on Greener Future, Environment, Disaster Resilience, and Climate Change. For your information, we are now joining Stream 1 of the 6th INAFOR, taking theme Emerging Environmental Quality for Better Living. This program is brought to you by Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instruments, PSIKLH, known before as P3KLL. This event will gather remarkable researchers from R&D centers, universities, as well as private sectors to share ideas and knowledge regarding environmental issues. And also, this is the first event held after being transformed from P3KLL as a research center into PSIKLH as a standardization center. Before we start this program, I would like to thank you for joining us on Zoom. You can also see and access this webinar from PSIKLH YouTube channel. We would like to remind you once again to stick with the webinar's guide. Kindly turn off your microphone until the host asks you to switch it on, and turn your video on at all times. For your information, there will be a parallel sessions coming out after the lunch break. The session will be divided into 4 rooms with several different topics from distinguished presenters, as shown on your screen. Host, please. Host, please. Yes. This is the procedures and also the room. Host, please. For the parallel session. Room 1. Okay, later we'll show the parallelizations. Okay, this is the room 1. Okay. Please decide which room you will be joining and rename your username with the format as described in the chat box. Feel free to interact with today's panelists and presenters. Kindly type your question using Slido platform. You can simply click on the link provided in the Zoom chat box and YouTube live chat. Should you have any inquiries about the INAFOR Stream 1, please don't hesitate to interact via Zoom chat box or YouTube live chat. Our host will be glad to respond. Also, the organizing team has already prepared door prize for lucky participants. Finally, an e-certificate will be provided at the end of this program to all of you who attend this webinar for the entire session. Before we start, our host will provide you today's agenda. Host, please. Thank you. Okay, to kick off this program, let me sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Before we move on, I would like to ask Pak Andi Wilawijaya to lead the opening prayer. Pak Andi, please.
Oke, thank you, Miss Rizkika. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para hadirin sekalian, marilah kita menurunkan hati dan kepala sejenak, seraya berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala agar konferensi internasional ini dapat menjadi momentum berharga bagi kita semua. Saya akan memimpin doa ini berdasarkan ajaran Islam, dan mereka yang memiliki keyakinan lain, silakan berdoa sesuai dengan keyakinannya masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yu'afini ammahu wa yukafi'um mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa laka syukru kama yanbaghi li dzalalikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, hari ini Rabu 8 September 2021, di tempat yang indah ini, kami berkumpul di sini untuk mengadakan konferensi internasional INAFOR yang ke-6 tahun 2021. Ya Allah, jadikanlah konferensi internasional ini sebagai pertemuan ilmu pengetahuan yang bermanfaat, sebagai media untuk berbagi ide, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman yang bermanfaat bagi para cendekiawan, peneliti, dan pelajar dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Semoga konferensi yang kami selenggarakan ini bermanfaat bagi kehidupan kami, memperluas pengetahuan kami, mencemerlangkan gagasan kami, dan memimpin kami untuk menjadi orang-orang yang produktif, yang sukses, yang pada gilirannya akan meningkatkan martabat bangsa kami. Ya Allah, tuntun dan berkatilah hati dan pikiran kami dengan cahaya bimbingan-Mu. Terapkanlah kebijakan-Mu pada kegiatan kami. Bantu kami untuk dapat berbicara dengan jelas dan fasih. Bantu kami untuk saling mendengarkan saling menghormati, saling mencintai, hingga kami termasuk orang-orang yang diberkati. Ya Allah, lindungilah kami dari godaan-godaan yang tidak diinginkan. Perlihatkanlah kami bahwa yang benar itu benar dan yang salah itu salah. Beri kami pengetahuan dan kekuatan untuk melakukan hal-hal yang baik dan menghindari hal-hal yang buruk. Ya Allah, hanya Engkaulah yang bisa memenuhi doa kami. Allahumma gfir lana wali walidaina warhamhumna kama rabbayana shighara. Allahumma anfa'na al-ghala wal bala wal waba wal fahsya wal munkar ma zahara minha wa ma batan min baladina khassa wa min buldanil ammah innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin, amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Andi. Next is the opening remarks will be delivered by Ibu Insinyur Eva Betty Sinaga MP, Acting Head of Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instrument. Ibu Eva, platform is yours.
Professor Dr. Secha Ganda Secha from Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University Putra Malaysia. Ibu Sinta Saptarina from Director for Performance Evaluation of Hazardous Waste and Non-Hazardous Waste, Directorate General of Waste and Hazardous and Toxic Materials Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Dr. Nur Sumedi from Secretariat Agency for Standardization of Environment and Forestry Instrument, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Our moderator for today, Dr. Hefti Effendi from IPB University. Dearest participants, ladies and gentlemen, as a newly reorganized institution based on the regulation of the Minister of Environment and Forestry number 15, year 2021, the Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instrument, or PSI-KLH, is mandated with tasks of duties to formulate, to develop, and to evaluate standards on environmental quality instruments. By the issuance of Omnibus Law on Job Creation number 11, year 2020, we realized the important role of environmental quality standard as guidance to achieve the sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, environmental degradation is a serious problem faced by countries around the world, including Indonesia. The cause of environmental degradation on Indonesia largely due to overpopulation and unsustainable economic growth. The impact of environmental degradation is not only causing damage to the ecosystem, but also decreasing public health quality. Complex and critical environmental problems urge the need for integrated and comprehensive policies. PSI-KLH has an important role to provide accurate data and information in order to propose recommendations on the best solution for its environmental problem. As a former research center, PSI-KLH has been conducting research in terms of environmental quality management. Now, PSI-KLH will be focusing on the pursuit environmental quality standards, formulation and implementation. Distinguished participants, the 6th International Conference of Indonesia Forestry Researchers is organized biannually as a media for Indonesian forestry and environmental researchers to disseminate their research and innovation. PSI-KLH has the honor to conduct a specified seminar on the topic of emerging environmental quality for better living. And today, I'm proudly to announce that we have 4 invited speakers. The first, Professor Satoshi Murao from Japan, will talk about the mercury reduction from artisanal gold mining sector. The second, Professor Dr. Secha Ganda Secha from Malaysia will present water quality of tropical forest ecosystem. The third, Ibu Sinta Saptarina, Master of Science, Director for Performance Evaluation of Hazardous Waste and Non-Hazardous Waste, Directorate General of Waste and Hazardous and Toxic Materials Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. We talk about the regulation of COVID-19 medical waste management. And the last, Dr. Nur Sumedi, Act of Secretary Agency for Standardization of Environmental and Forestry Instrument, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. We'll talk on the role of science and technology to the improvement of environmental quality. This afternoon, this seminar will also hold in parallel session that will be separated into 4 rooms. Each room will be guided by 1 moderator. Without further ado, I hereby officially open the stream 1 of the 6th International Conference of Forestry Research 2021, and I wish you all fruitful deliberation. May God provide health and fitness, and thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Eva. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the plenary session, we will have a quick photo session. Please kindly turn your video on. Our host will guide you through the session. Host, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ika. Now I will start from screen 1. Please turn on the video, please.
Don't forget to smile.
Okay, now screen 2. Next, screen 3. Okay, now screen 4. Get ready. All right, screen 5. Next, screen 6. Screen 7. Okay, the last screen 8. Okay, Miss Ika.
Okay, thank you, host. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the main session, which is the plenarization, and will be followed by discussion. By that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hefni Effendi, Master of Philosophy, who will be the moderator for this plenary session. As a brief introduction, Professor Hefni is the Director of Environmental Research Center, IPB University. He gained his bachelor from IPB University, his master from Sheffield University, UK, and his doctor from Germany. Good morning, Professor. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. And how about you, Lucinda?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good too.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
hope you are excited as we are here to dig more knowledge from the panelists today. Okay,
Yes, exactly.
without further ado, I hand
Yeah.
over the program to you until 12 p.m. Jakarta time. Professor Hefni, please.
Right. Thank you, Bu Siska ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for selecting me as chairman or as moderator of this event. Yeah. And in these sessions, we have 4 speakers, yeah, coming from abroad. 2 of them is coming from Japan and coming from Malaysia. And the 2 others is coming from Ministry of Environment and Forestry itself, yeah. Right. Yeah, basically, our talk will be divided into 2 main sessions, actually. The first one is a presentation by the keynote speaker, and the second one is discussion. And for every speaker will be allocated time for 30 minutes speech, and then followed by another speaker. And then after we finish 4 of the speaker delivering their talk, we'll open the discussion at the end, yeah? So I would like to invite the first speaker coming from Japan, from the Daiichi Institute of Technology, yeah? He will be talking about mercury reduction from artisanal gold mining sector. It should be very nice because in Indonesia, there are a lot of artisanal gold mining, especially in Sumatra, Sulawesi, even in Bogor itself, there is also artisanal gold mining in my town here in Bogor. Yeah. Okay, without further ado, I will invite Professor Dr. Satoshi Murao to present your topic. Yeah, the time is yours, Professor Satoshi Murao.
Thank you very much. Good morning, participants. I'm Satoshi Morao at the Daiichi Institute of Technology. Please allow me to show you my pre-recording, I mean the PowerPoint with my voices, because it is quite a noisy environment around my office. Big road is just next to my room, and also it is my institute is just below the landing course of commercial airlines. So the organizer, could you start my pre-recorded PowerPoint, please? Good morning, participants. I'm Satoshi Murao, Daiichi Institute of Technology. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the Forestry Research, Development and Innovation Agency, Ministry of the Environment and Forestry, for giving me such wonderful opportunity. Once, I planned to give you a comprehensive review on the artisanal gold mining as a single speaker, but reconsidered it and changed the subject. I'm going to talk about a newly found fact from forestry research of my team. Since I disclose new data, allow me to make this presentation with colleagues' names. I understand that this stream would be discussing how to prevent, handle, and restore environment quality. Let me present new data about forest fire and make recommendations to prevent possible environmental degradation due to the artisanal and gold mining. My presentation is composed of 7 parts like this. Some of you may not be familiar with the artisanal gold mining. I will start from the explanation what they are doing. From this slide, I would like to use a term ASGM. It is an abbreviation for artisanal and small-scale gold mining. Since international community, including UNEP, usually
Voice is gone.
From this slide, I would like to use a term ASGM. It is an abbreviation for artisanal and small-scale gold mining. Since international community, including UNEP, usually use this term, I will also use the term ASGM. Let me show you how the ASGM goes on from upper to lower stream. After digging hard ore or scraping and panning placer, miners bring it to ore dressing plant and pulverize it. The place is often called rod mill station. The third photo from the top shows such station where workers use rotating drums in which they put iron rod or ball, gold ore, and mercury. Then they get the slimy product from these drums. It is a mixture of clay, rock-forming sands, and amalgam. The slime is washed in a pan to remove clay and useless minerals. Finally, they cook the obtained amalgam by fire and get spongy gold. You can see a photo of the spongy gold at the bottom. Here is a plan of a rod mill station. In this case, rod mills are apart from the smelting rooms. Fireplace. Rod mills are cylindrical rotating shells or drums which are mounted on bearings and filled with a grinding medium such as steel rods of up to 40% by volume. Once the gold ores are reduced into fine particles, liquid mercury is placed in the drum. The mill is again operated for at least an hour, at which time the mercury is assumed to have captured the gold liberated during milling. Most miners believe that the addition of mercury during milling facilitates more efficient capture of the gold. However, this assumption is erroneous, as the constant pounding in the cylinder causes a large part of mercury to be broken down into very small droplets with size of less than a millimeter. This milled mercury is called mercury flour due to the fine grain size of the droplets and contaminates the floor of the station. Also, please be noted that in this figure, a cyanidation facility is installed in this place. Can you see the solid circle in the middle of the left side figure? This is a dangerous situation because the remaining mercury contaminated mine tailings can also be processed in plants where they undergo cyanide heap leaching. When mercury interacts with cyanide solution, it forms soluble mercury cyan compounds. The reaction makes it easier for mercury to enter the food chain and be bioaccumulated. Now I show you how terribly mercury is wasted in rod mill stations. This table was taken from Makabuhai et al. 2018, who studied some places in the Philippines. They conducted actual mass balance measurements in selected operations by directly measuring the amount of mercury added and recovered in each step of the gold extraction process. Please pay attention to the three lines in the orange box. The lines mean weight ratio between used mercury and produced gold. The ratio shows a range from 1.5 to, surprisingly, 149. It should be stressed that rod mill stations are the hotspots in terms of mercury contamination. The worst part of rod mill station is fireplace, smelting room. It is sometimes inside the mill station and sometimes outside of the station. So let us closely examine a fireplace, I mean where people cook the obtained amalgam. In this case, we have two active fire corners, which are shown as two donut symbols. There were a lot of old and broken crucibles in this room. So I brought a handy XRF in this room and measured the remnant mercury of the crucibles, fire corners, and other items in the room. To my surprise, not much mercury was detected. Where is mercury? I found high mercury concentration in leaves of trees which grow next to such fireplace. The figure on your right shows that plants growing near the road station hold higher mercury values. After visiting several sites, my team found that most mercury in the amalgam is diffused to the air and not much mercury is left on the ground after burning. It is recommended to pay attention to the plants, especially agricultural products, which grow near the road mill stations to prevent health problems. Now, let me enter the main story of this presentation, that is forest fire. The almost annual haze in Southeast Asia originates from both natural and anthropogenic forest fires in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. In terms of mercury, forest fire may pose environmental risks. At least, previous studies showed that forest fires lead to the release of mercury that was once accumulated in forests. Campos et al. 2015 estimated that 30% of the retained mercury in soil is released by forest fires. However, there's almost no data on the effect of forest fires near the ASGM sites. It is of great concern that we do not have knowledge what happens to mercury in the forest fire, because even if the ASGM was eliminated or well controlled, a large amount of mercury is deposited in the forests. In addition, after the fire, mercury is retained in the ash, at least for pine and eucalyptus. So I selected a study area that is in the Philippines. The area is located in the province of Camarines Norte, between the municipalities of Dallas and Jose Panganiban. The climate is classified as AF according to the Köppen and Geiger classification. The forests are in a mountainous area and are composed mainly of milkwood and mahogany. The area is home to ASGM operations where mercury is used. Let me explain about the sampling. Soil samples were collected at both sites at the depth of 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 25, 25 to 35, 35 to 45, and 45 to 55 centimeters. Litter samples were collected. At the burnt forest site, the litter collected included charcoal produced from plant tissues. Some burnt trees showed new buds. Leaves from the new buds were collected at the burnt site. At the controlled site, leaves at the heights of 1 and 2 meters were collected from 3 species typical of the forest. Now I'm going to talk about the analysis. Basically, we conducted 2 kinds of analysis. One is the determination of total mercury, and the other is sequential analysis to determine mercury species. For total mercury, the concentration of mercury in the solution was determined by cold vapor atomic absorption spectrometry. To begin, 0.03 to 0.1 gram of soil, plant leaves, and litter were weighed in a 50 milliliter volumetric flask. 1 milliliter of pure water, 2 milliliter of acid solution, and 5 millimeter of concentrated sulfuric acid were added to the flask, which was then heated on a hot plate at 230 degrees C for 30 minutes. After cooling, the digested solution was diluted with pure water to 50 milliliters. Then 1 milliliter of 10% tin dichloride solution was added to 1 to 10 milliliter of the sample solution in a reactive container, after which the absorbance at 253.7 nanometer was measured. For the sequential analysis, we determined the mercury for water-soluble form, ion exchangeable form, organic bound form, and the mercury in the residue, and the experiment was done according to the method of Tessier et al. 1979 with some modifications. And the procedure for the sequential analysis is quite laborious, and if I explain it, it is time consuming, so allow me to skip the detailed explanation of the experimental procedure. And let me go on to the results. This figure shows the vertical distribution of the total mercury concentration in the soil, both for the burnt forest and the controlled forest. The total mercury concentrations in the soil at the controlled forest site were higher than those at the burnt forest site. At both sites, the mercury concentration was highest at the surface and decreased with depth. The total mercury concentrations in the topsoil for both sites is obviously higher than the world average value of 0.06 milligram per kilogram. What about the correlation between mercury and carbon? The regression coefficient for the data of the control forest site was almost 3 times higher than that of the burnt forest site. This finding suggests that the burnt forest site was located farther from the mercury emission site than the control forest site. In addition, the comparison of the mercury concentrations at deeper layers in the burnt and controlled forests indicated less accumulation of mercury in the forest floor at the burnt forest site. This means that the deposition of atmospheric mercury in the burnt forest was less than that in the controlled forest. These figures show the result of sequential analysis. The most important bar graph is on the upper left corner. The graph indicates that water-soluble mercury is much higher in the study area than the controlled forest. The concentration is especially high in the surface soil, and this fact can be attributed to the ash which was made by the fire. Let me move on to the conclusion. The amalgamation method contributes largely to mercury pollution through discharge of mercury together with other wastes into inadequate tailings ponds, or worse, thrown away directly into rivers and waterways through release of vaporized mercury into the atmosphere when the amalgam is smelted and refined, and through creation of soluble mercury cyano compounds, which makes it easier for mercury to enter the food chain and bioaccumulate. In addition, effects of forest fire is not negligible on the accumulation and chemical speciation of mercury in the soil. The total mercury concentrations in the topsoil at the burnt and controlled sites were 0.28 milligram per kilogram and 0.63 milligram per kilogram respectively, which were obviously higher than the world average value. The proportion of water-soluble mercury derived from ash was increased by fire. It is considered that the forest fire caused not only an increase in mercury released into the atmosphere, but also an increase in outflow risk to the aquatic system through rainfall. Well, this slide concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, right. Thank you, Professor Moral. It's very nice presentations. Yeah, we have already knows the fact that forest fire also can release some amount of mercury to the not only to the atmosphere, but at the end will come to the river as a droplet. Yeah, and also we know that mercury actually much accumulate in leaf, yeah, in leaf or plant that grows near the plant of artisanal mining, yeah, gold mining. So be aware for the people living nearby the artisanal gold mining, not to take the plant that growing nearby the artisanal area. Yeah, right. Okay, nice presentation. I will now invite to the next presenters. Yeah, our guest from Malaysia. Are you already here,
Yeah.
Professor?
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Hapni.
Right.
Prof.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Time is yours, Prof. Seka. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hapni Effendi as a moderator. I'm very much, thank you very much, of course, to Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instrument for inviting me to be a speaker for today. So I'm very happy to share my research in Sarawak, actually, Sarawak, Malaysia, in several kind of ecosystem, forest ecosystem, and then what the influence into the water quality. Okay, so maybe may have to share, or maybe the committee will share my presentation, my slide presentation. So let me start with the slide. Of course, thank you, Mr. Eva Betty, for inviting me. So if I need to present, maybe make a host, maybe I can present by myself, or maybe, or what? So actually, I have sent my my slide.
Yeah. Okay. So you
Yes.
can share your.
Okay.
No.
I
Yeah.
will. Okay. I
Okay.
will.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Suman. Okay. So. Okay. So everybody, okay. Let me start. Okay. Assalamualaikum, and I would like to start. Okay. So thank you to the 6th INAFOR 2021. So water quality of tropical forest ecosystem in Malaysia. So maybe this one outline the background, and then the next will water quality, and then the next is vegetation, abandoned area, and then the conclusion and recommendation. Okay, let's start. So as we know, the tropical forest, we are in tropical forest. Tropical forest is like in Asia, in South America, and of course in Africa. So the tropical rainforest are the oldest ecosystem actually. This is about 130 million years old. And however, being rapidly decreased by overexploitation of forest area, leading to degradation and of ecosystem. So not only in Malaysia, maybe in several countries, some tropical forest has been decreased because of the economic, for the economic development. And then this one is the deforestation, through the some area of tropical forest. Some area of tropical forest, maybe like in Malaysia, has been maybe still continuing for logging and so on and so forth. And some has been converted into some area like for other purposes, like for oil palm and so on and so forth. And then this one lead to change in the soil and hydrological condition of land, and of course in water quality deterioration. So this was an exploitation of forest areas by human activities through deforestation, like logging, conversion into agriculture and plantations, cause destruction to forest ecosystem and increase disaster risks. Yeah, so cause various problems into soil loss, for example, restrict to the water resources in the forest area. And without proper planning, yeah, the continued exploitation, conversion, and development of forest area will cause long-term negative impact to the environment, including especially for the water quality. So I would like to maybe share with all of you how the Malaysian, of course, depend on the forest, of course, because maybe most area in cities in Malaysia is lowland, yeah, like Pitswam area and so on and so forth. So and then the fresh water, of course, come from the highly, for example, the Trocap area and so on and so forth. So and then this one is we have a 13 state, yeah, and then some states has been deficit, yeah, deficit because of increase of the population and so on and so forth. And then the red area is the some deficit, and the axis is for the black one, yeah. So this one Perlis, Kedah, Pulau Penang, and Selangor and Melaka has been deficit, yeah, in terms of the area if we compare with the area of the forest and the producing of the fresh water. Okay, this one is in Lambir. Yeah, we can see how the if the forest we serve and the forest can produce the very good and very high quality of fresh water for the human being, and very much better. And then this is that's why we need to protect this area of forest. Yeah, and then we need to avoid some improperly. Yeah, and then we need to make some AIA assessment, yeah, before do something any activity of development in the forest. Okay, in this response, so that's why we would like to conduct this research, yeah, the research in terms of water quality, so in several ecosystems in Malaysia. And then the finding on how the rehabilitated forest can improve. And then the next is I would like to share also the success of the reforestation that has been done by University Putra Malaysia in campus Bintulu. So how the success that from the open area and then become the forest again, and then we can refunction the forest and then can produce the water in high good quality also. And then this one is the area, yeah, that has been done for our study. Yeah, we can see is the first is in Muka, and then in UPM Bintulu. UPM we have two campus Serdang and campus Bintulu, and of course we also go to Belaga for Bakun. Bakun is a dam that previously is the forest and then convert into the dam because of for hydroelectronic. Electricity. And then for the next is Lambir Hill National Park, and then next is the Lawas. Yeah, okay. So this one is of course we do some sampling, and then in monitoring, sampling, expression analysis in laboratory, some area also maybe some data also maybe in situ parameters. We do also some measurement in the direct in the field, and then of course bring some sample into the laboratory for some analysis. This one the procedure, standard procedure for water quality analysis. And we have maybe in Malaysia we have a water quality index, yeah. So we use the parameters from 6 parameter, yeah, from DO, BOD, COD, and then EN and TSN, then pH, yeah. And then from this one, we can classify by from the class parameter through 6 selected parameter through WKI. So we have ammonia nitrogens, biological oxygen demands, COD, dissolved oxygen, pH, and total suspended solid. And we can classify it into class 1 until class class 5, and then of course class 1 is the best one, is excellent water quality, and class 5 is poor water quality. So let's see our finding through several ecosystem. Of course, this one we choose virgin forest, the Lambir Hill National Park, as the control, because this really undisturbed, yeah. And then a very good forest, and very really good natural forest. And then we have also the forest, the rehabilitated forest in UPM Bintulu, as undisturbed, because nothing happened over there. So just only the open area, abandoned forest, and then we rehabilitate about 30 years, yeah. And then we have built the new forest over there. And then there's a forest in Lawas, and then we classify as undisturbed forest. For disturbed forest, of course, maybe Bakun Dam is from previously a forest and then converted into dam, and the converted from the forest into oil palm plantation, and of course converted forest into agriculture area for paddy field, for rubber, for any vegetables, and so on and so forth. And of course, continuing every years, we have a logging area, yeah, logging area in Bika. Okay, so based on this one, see, we have like this one from yeah, pollution, yeah, some pollution come up, yeah. Once we do some activity, even there's no activity, also some maybe a bit low pollution come. But here's in virgin forest, there's no pollution. Class 1 really clean, and rehabilitated forest low pollution, and then class 2 in terms of quality very good, still good, yeah, condition, and then as well as for the forest. And we can see once we convert into dams, this reaches into class 3, and oil palm plantation class 3 also, and agriculture area, yeah, class 3. This one oil palm and forest into some several purposes for agriculture. And then for logging area, this one is become class 4, yeah. So we can see this one, and then we classified into undisturbed and disturbed forest, yeah. Okay, see, we focus to disturbed forest because maybe for undisturbed forest, maybe not so many problem, especially for the pollution, yeah. And then we can see, yeah, we divide into two, disturbed and undisturbed. So we can see that there's a very significant difference between the undisturbed and disturbed forest. Yeah, and then through the test and so on, and then we can see almost every single variables there's a significant difference, and then of course there's become worse one become converted, yeah, into from the forest. So it's maybe only just for salinity is not significant difference between disturbed forest and undisturbed forest. So using the WSO standard, of course, there's some maximum permissible limit, and we can see for undisturbed forest, some parables has been exceed of the limit, yeah, especially for some heavy metal like spherules, magnesium, zinc, and so on and so forth. So we can see there's a red, yeah, red one, meaning that exceed of the limit. Meaning that one, we do some converted, and then we have some consequences with some pollution come up with our water, yeah, water from the forest. Okay, we can see, and now this one is the factors, yeah, the analysis factors, what the pollution, for example, and what kind of disturb of the water. For example, the from the organic and inorganic is 42.96%, and from organic factors is 22%. About from wastewater pollution and organic load is 7%, and organic pollution 8%, and from erosion 6%. This one is contribute to our undisturbed forest. So based on that qualification, so we classified water quality of tropical ecosystem. So this one has 7 ecosystems. So virgin forest, we have C, clear, very clean and no pollution. rehabilitated forest in Bintulu UPM, of course, clean, also no pollution also. And for reserve forest, yeah, reserve forest clean and then low pollution. And from the Bakun, yeah, Bakun for hydroelectricity is moderate and low pollution. And for oil palm plantation, moderate and moderate also in terms of pollution. And for agricultures, like paddy fields and for paddy in the hill and up at the hill and for rubber and so forth. This one is status is moderate in terms of WPI, and of course the high pollution. And logging area is slightly polluted and high pollution. Okay, this one is based on 6 variability, and the pollution based on 20 variables that have been compared to WSO. So, okay, and then from this one is the water quality variable result of water were found under very poor water quality status in the disturbed forest compared to undisturbed forest that still has a good water quality status. Most of water quality variables in disturbed forest therefore exceed the recommended limit by WSO, and water quality is affected by both natural processes and characteristics of ecosystem, but most results were adversely affected by human activities. Yeah. So unlogging activities should be controlled so that the watershed area is maintained and capable of supplying clean water. The need of rehabilitated the abundant disturbed forest for restoring the forest function, and of course for our future forest water forest. Like in Malaysia, we need depend on the forest because we need some fresh water, and this contaminated water from them, for example, oil palm plantation, agriculture area, must be treated before discharge into rivers to ensure the water is clean before being released in order to help protect the environment. For example, dam waters, there's so many kampung or many villages, yeah, down there. So we need to guarantee to make sure that every water that has been released, that is in a safe condition. And then that is all for the brief of the several ecosystem. But this one is the next is I would like to maybe share with all of you about how important the revegetation, yeah, the abundant forest or maybe the disturbed forest with native tree species to improve the tropical forest function in Sarawak, Malaysia. Not with acacia, not with exotic, but with native tree species. Okay, so revegetation abundant forest, the planting method adopted in the rehabilitated forest in Bukit Nyaba, UPM, University Putra, Malaysia, Bintulu campus Sarawak, Malaysia, mixed planting, yeah, line planting and monoculture planting. So many structures has been done, and about 128 species, of course, the native species has been planted in that area. So this one, the planting system is mixed species and random planting with a planting density of 3 seedling per meter square. 1 meter square is 3 seedling, yeah. With okay, and then of course after planting, we do also some with compost, and then we don't forget to cover with mulching, yeah. Okay, so this one is the open area before planting in our campus. This one inside the campus, because I'm very happy that in 715 hectares of the campus in Bintulu, inside the campus is we have the natural forest, we have secondary forest, and we have the abundant forest that previously has been exploited and give to UPM. Then we do some collaboration with Mitsubishi from Japan, Mitsubishi company, and then we do some rehabilitation. So before planting is open area, and then after 6 months we can see, and the 1 year, 6 years, 4 years, 15 years, and then 15 years, this one is 19 years, now it's 30 years actually. So that one, the success of story of our forest from open area into the forest again, and what happened inside after we successfully rehabilitate this open area into the forest. Yeah. So into water especially for today. So this conducted in of course this study area, and then this one the area maybe if you would like to go is near to Miri or near to Brunei, the Bintulu campus. So we do 20 stations, 12 station has been done, and purification every station, some are undertaken, and then do some measurement in the field, also in the laboratory. So this one is activity have been done, and then well, let's see. Okay, this one we focus now is to reforestation or the blue one, yeah, the blue one. So after several years, 17 maybe 20 years or 30 years, now we can find that this forest previously is open area, and after rehabilitated and become the good forest, and then the forest produce the clean water again. They release some clean water. Previously, there's no stream water from this area. Now there's a stream water that's almost annually. We come up with a very nice water, yeah, clean. We can classify this with class 2. Class 2 is good, nice, or nice water come from this area, from this forest. Okay, so rehabilitated forest, and then we can see also the with low pollution. So this one is compared to WSO, and then maybe almost near to WSO, and then so on support. We can see the US, Canada, Australia, Ontario, Japan, Malaysia itself also. We can see. That's why from this one we open to everybody here that how important the rehabilitation, and the rehabilitation not only just planting ceremony. Planting ceremony is only 1 day, only 1 week. But the important thing, how our effort to protect this planted forest be from the baby, and then adult, and then until the very big trees, yeah, become big trees and become the forest again. That means need some commitment. Of course, need some investment, yeah, very much, yeah. For example, about 5 million ringgit, yeah, invested to this one to protect and then to control and to keep this rehabilitated forest succeed. Because every year the Japan Mitsubishi will come and then we check if there's some mortality, for example, die, we need to replant it and enrichment planting, and to make sure that this area has been successfully rehabilitated or reforested. So and then result, of course, according to WKI and Malaysia, water temperature is normal, and of course the aspect of this one is class. Not only not everything is in term operable is in class 1 or class 2. Some also like class 3, like PH, yeah, but only PH. But for TSS is class 1, DO, COD under class 2, and so on and so forth. And for the whole is we has been classified into class 2, yeah, with low what we call pollution, like for alkalinity, like zinc, ferrum, and so on and so forth, yeah. And again, this one alkalinity, yeah. Once we know in Bintulu, the surrounding is so many industry like Bintulu fertilizer, like Bintulu edible, and then there's Petronas and so on and so forth. Then we have different research we have been done. The rain is become acid rain. So when the acid come to this area, yeah, and goes to the rehabilitated forest, and then this forest can recover this acid rain, and then go to the stream and go out and they produce the more alkaline water. So meaning then how important our forest, yeah. For example, this one is only just rehabilitated forest, but still the function of forest is become very much powerful. How to convert from the acid rain into the alkaline water, yeah. So and then again, this one is categorized as a good water quality status and represent water bodies of good quality, unpolluted and safe for body contact, yeah, for people to consume. Okay, and this conclusion, as the conclusion, in terms of water quality, there is no water stream at the abandoned area before the vegetation. Yeah, after 19 years in this result, after 19 years revegetation, there is a small water stream come out from this rehabilitated forest, and the water classified into class 2 based on WPI. A sense of revegetation of the abandoned forest open area after several years improved the forest function. So the forest has higher carbon storage, higher pH, lower bulk density, and so on and so forth. And of course, this one is the revegetation activity can be listed as one of climate change mitigation program. So here's I would like to stressing about revegetation. Abundant forest can improve the forest function. And then the fastest growth of the native species, we found Soria leprosula become the fastest one. Soria leprosula is a native speaker, a native species, and become the most progressing or promising species for our revegetation, for example. Maybe we can do also in Indonesia, and in Thailand, and other others using the Soria leprosula. And of course, we combine with other Rosoria amaranthi and other species, of course. Yeah? Need a wide revegetation of our earth or not. This one is just a sample in our campus, and then need to do more maybe this spirit to do with some agencies, some government, intergovernment, and so on and so forth, to do some let go and to facing our climate change with revegetation, planting, yeah, not only just harmony, but really to do that one. But I heard also many success story in terms of reforestation, like in Georgia, yeah, in by UGM and so on and so forth, by maybe our forest Minister of Forest also, and then we need to go, and then we need to keep the spirit to continue our reforestation, how to restore our maybe abandoned forest or maybe the disturbed forest. So long-term monitoring as well as evaluation of revegetation forest effort will contribute to show the benefit of forest rehabilitation. This one is need some commitment, some high collaboration, and some support. We cannot stand alone to develop our forest, yeah, our reforestation in the from now and to for our future forest. Of course, network of forest rehabilitation initiative like in the UPM we hire like Bayern Munster, Bayern from German, like maybe Mitsubishi from Japan, or from like Shell, and of course Petronas and so on. Once they see the success story, many agencies want to contribute, and then we can more do some more area can recover and can restore and can rehabilitate. Maybe that's all our presentation for today. Maybe thank you very much, Professor Hapni Effendi. I will make the time for you. To you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good, Professor Gandasika. You did a very good presentations. Yeah, you did a research on differentiation of disturbed and undisturbed forests in terms of water quality, or providing people a good source of water quality. Okay, good. Yeah, because of Mural, we leave our session at 10:40. So now I'd like to open a discussion just only for Professor Mural. And through the Slido, there are, I think, 8 questions goes to Professor Mural. Yeah, Professor Mural, can you open your Slido, or I just read the question? How about this, Professor Mural?
Yes, I already put my answers to the chat function, but also I can now talk about my idea for each question. So the first question is the mercury accumulation on the plant leaves affect the growth of the plant itself. And unfortunately, I have no information about this. And the second question, simple method how to reduce forest destruction caused by mining activity. My recommendation is to work with the officers at mining bureau, where they knows the shape and dimension of gold ore bodies. Because miners do not go to the barren places, they only chase for the gold ore bodies. So the first thing you should do is to know how wide the gold mineralization is existed in the forest. And then the third question, what kind of method clean up dissolved mercury in the water body, not at the source? I believe there are many chemical methods, but I do not have much information about the practicalities. I'm sure there are a lot of experimental level information, but there's not many practices in the ASGM sites, so that could be our new challenge. Okay, then the next question is sign of or indicators of the severity of the illegal mining activities. One of the easy way is to talk with local people about their health, because mercury soon affect people's nerve and kidney. So if you talk with local people and if you find some people who complain about their urine, or for example, some people who soon got annoyed or unstable emotion, it can be a sign of mercury poisoning. So go to the village and talk with the people. Okay, then what species of plants are capable and effective in reducing mercury in ASGM site? That is our new challenge, and nobody knows. In the mining engineering, people say that FAN, F-A-R-N, FAN is a heavy metal accumulator, and they before the World War II, they utilized FAN to find new ore bodies. But I don't know whether FAN works for the mercury indicator or not. But anyway, this is another new challenge for us. Are these all for me? Yes, I think these are all for me. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that is all from the Slido. Yeah, Slido sent by the okay, the member of this meeting. Right. Is there any other question? You can directly ask to the Professor Morao audience. We have just left a few minutes, yeah, before I proceed to another presenter. Since Professor Morao will leave soon, so I open several questions and directly through this Zoom. Is there any other questions? If there is no other questions, yeah, I just have a very simple question, Professor Morao.
Yes.
Yes, since artisanal mining is it's done by the people living nearby the location, and then just for simple living. They do not do mining for getting rich. Yeah, so they do not exactly how the effect of mercury to the environment, how the effect of mercury to the people. So that's why they do it regularly without any anything to do for the conserve for the environment, because they just do it for living, for simple living. So how do you suggest for the situation? Because there are a lot of artisanal mining here in Indonesia, yeah. Even in our town here in Bogor, yeah, there are artisanal mining as well. Yeah, it's still in the town, not close, not very far from the town. Only I think 10 kilometers from the town, we can found the artisanal mining here. So, what is your real suggestion actually for these people? Yeah, to avoid this mercury or for avoid the effect of the artisanal to the environment. Okay, please, Professor Moral.
Uh, I know that there are so many gold miners in Indonesia, and I think they should reflect their profit to the national coffer. But it is not such a simple matter. And one of my suggestions is to take a participatory approach to talk with local residents. If you just go to the local communities from your government or from international organizations, often they don't accept you. They are very skeptical to you.
Yeah.
So the first thing, one of the important things for us is to make a kind of trust or a good relationship with local people. So in this case, the participatory approach, we invite local people from the beginning and talk with them, eat with them, and listen to them. Maybe 1 hour, 2 hours. That is very, very important. So first, let us know each other. That is my first suggestion. And many people know, I believe that many people know that word participatory rural appraisal. Probably we can apply this method to the ASGM research. Yeah, that is my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good, Professor Moral. So I will accept your suggestion, a simple suggestion. Yeah, it's not an easy task for us actually to cope with the situation in Indonesia. Yeah, because they just do it for a living, for simple living.
Yes.
Right. I think I will sign off this discussion. We will proceed to another presenter. Yeah, we have here 2 other presenter, Ibu Sinta and Pak Nur Sumedi. And Ibu Sinta is here already.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I must go now. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Moral. Yeah, you can leave it. Bu Sinta, are you here already?
Yes, Pak.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Bu Sinta. So I will give you time for your presentation. Yeah, about 30 minutes. You can manage your time right now. Okay, please, Bu Sinta.
Sir, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The respected moderator, Prof. Hefni, also respected speaker, Prof. Murau, Prof. Seka, Pak Dr. Nur Sumedi, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thanks the opportunity that we can deliver the presentation related to medical waste. Prof. Hefni, the committee helped me to deliver through the video, Pak Hefni. I think that's a good idea since the connection here is sometimes not good. So please, Panitia, deliver the video. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem, Bu. Please, committee, play the video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Sinta Saptarina Sunyarno, represent Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the presentation related to regulation of COVID-19 medical waste management. I would like to share my vision. Okay. Yes. On my presentation, there will be 2 topics. The first one is the COVID-19 pandemic situation in Indonesia, I'll refer you the government policy and also the profile of COVID-19 waste and its handling. The second topic will be the prompt response of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the policy itself, and then how the Ministry of Environment intervention on medical waste handling. Presidential Decree number 12 year 2020 about coronavirus disease or COVID-19 as a national disaster delivered on the early 2020 around March, in which mainly regulated two things: the synergy on COVID-19 fast handling. The second one, the role of local government on COVID-19 handling strategy. So the early years of last year, Ministry of Environment and Forestry established a simple application for province government to report their COVID-19 medical waste. Up to date, August 20 this year, we received the report from 34 provincial government. The provincial local government get the data from its district. Up to the 20th of August 2021, the waste generated reported to us was 19,707 tons. This is the real data, but unfortunately, not all district local government reported to us. This data content of the data waste resources from healthcare facility such as hospital, clinic, puskesmas, also from COVID-19 emergency hospitals such as Wisma Atlet, and also self-quarantine communities, hotel, guest house, apartment. The other source are COVID-19 test facility and COVID-19 vaccine facility. We do also has a calculation based on the assumption from the hospital in Indonesia. We have data of hospital from Ministry of Health, and we do calculate the assumption. So it comes the number of medical waste produced around 294.66 ton per day. Information from the Association of Hospital in Indonesia during the COVID pandemic, the waste increased 30%. So estimation total during pandemic COVID around 383.06 ton per day. So this is the waste disposal facility availability map in Indonesia that mostly incinerator and some of them is autoclaves in hospital. This is the data from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry because each hospital has to have license from us. So as we can see, the red province are the province that not have license on their incinerator. And we can see mostly the hospital that have license in Java. This is the map of waste disposal facility availability. that owned by private services. Up to now, there are 20 private services that manage medical waste. We can see also most of them in the Java area. Most of them in West Java, there is 17 units. In Banten, there are 11 units, and some of them spread out in other islands, and total is about 384.12 tons per day. So actually, these private services should be enough to dispose all of the waste in Indonesia. However, they are not spread very well in all of the country, mostly in Java region, and very limited on the East Indonesia. So still, we need to encourage the private sector to build some facility outside of Java region. During the pandemic situation, we asked cement industry to help dispose the medical waste. There are 12 cement factory that has committed to perform its kiln for COVID-19 waste disposal facility. The total of them will be 12 tons per day that can how the response of Ministry of Environment during this pandemic situation. So the Minister of Environment and Forestry prompt respond to establish the circular letter number 2 early year 2020. The direction to all chief of local government regarding to COVID-19 medical and household waste management. Mainly, there are 3 arrangements which are infectious waste from healthcare facilities such as hospital and puskesmas, and also the clinic. The second arrangement, infectious waste from household of COVID-19 patient. The third one is domestic waste. So the minister circular letter based on Act number 32 year 2009 regarding of environmental protection and management. It is regulated on government regulation number 2020 year 2021 execution of environmental protection and management. And the very important things, the medical waste is regulated on ministerial decree number 56 year 2015 regarding to procedure and technical guideline for the hazardous waste management from health facility. So there are a list of them. There are the code of the waste, and then the categories of the hazard. So there is 6 characteristics of the medical waste. The most important thing is the waste from infectious characteristic. So there is 6 steps that hospital has to do things related to their waste. First of all, reduction and sorting. The second one, contain and storage. The third one, the transport. And then the fourth one is treatment. The fifth step will be burial. And the last one is to landfill. So as we know, the waste management hierarchy, we're trying the best to reduce the waste, and the last choice will be the landfilling. So this is mainly the contents of circular letter of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We encourage to use reusable masks and then also dispose safely in environmental manner. The second one, regulate the infectious waste from the household, which we encourage the local government to pick it up and treat separately from the domestic waste. This is the most important things to handling the infectious waste from the hospital, clinic, and puskesmas. And during this pandemic situation, we treat COVID infectious waste with incinerator with the minimum temperature of 800 degrees or autoclave with a shredder or other technologies such as cement kiln. This is our discretion. Even the incinerator has no license yet. During the pandemic situation, is it okay to use the incinerator as long as the temperature more than 800 degrees? Early this year, we renew the ministerial circular letter with circular letter number 3, year 2021, mainly to strengthen the role on waste management of local government, and also we govern or we make a better treat for self-care or quarantine by the community in the administrative territory. And also we more specific on best practice in collecting, transporting, as well as disposal. So this is the reason why we renew the minister circular letter, because of the growing variety of the waste source. More community household and non-hospital become the quarantine place, increasing waste generation from test facility, increasing waste generation from vaccine facility, and also we would like to synergy more with the local government role, especially on disposal of COVID-19 household garbage. And also we are having a better collecting data from the local government. So we redefine the generating of COVID-19 household garbage and household. We advance handling on their garbage, collecting, transporting, disposal system of local government role. And also we do have an advanced handling on hazardous waste and its category. And also we have a online application reporting system, which are this address. So basically this is the policy of hazardous waste medical during COVID-19. This is the flow from community to local government. The local government put in depot or drop box for temporary storage, and they has to go to the hazardous waste service. For the hospital or clinic, they have their own, sometimes they have their own dispose waste internally, like incinerator or autoclave. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, they have to reduce, segregate, contain, and storage. And then, of course, if they has no incinerator or autoclave, they has to pay to the hazardous waste services, which are through the transportation, disposal, and also for the fly ash and bottom ash, it has to go to the proper landfill. And the local government have obligation to report to us. Okay. This is an example how the local government of DKI Jakarta collect the waste from the household, from the self-isolation house, from the patient in isolation house, and then they collect in district depot, and then put in the city depot and goes to hazardous waste service or their waste facility, which has the minimum temperature of 800 degree. So basically, this is what we in Ministry of Environmental and Forestry Ministry put out the strategy and also the intervention. So basically, we intervention the policy with the guidelines of waste reduction mentioned in circular letter, and also we give discretion on guidance the transporting and burial for the emergency disposal option in the area that has no incinerator. Also, we do have public campaign on COVID-19 waste handling. For the stage of collecting and transporting, we do have intervention program for the local government. We are trying right now to strengthen the local government by giving facilities such as drop box, waste plastic bag, and then motorcycle, cold room, depot, etc. And the important thing, we give discretion by simplifying permit process, accelerating the technical approval for hospitals incinerators, no permit hospital incinerator that could be operated as long as the temperature above 800 degree. And also we're trying to encourage the non-operating hospital can be function. And also we encouraging the cement industry to help us to dispose the medical waste. And also the Ministry of Environment built some major project incinerator since 2018, and it will be all built in 2020 until 2024. This is the MOE intervention on COVID-19 waste disposal during 2019 until 2020 last year. We built 6 facilities in Aceh, in Padang, in Labuan Bajo, in Barito Kuala, South Kalimantan, in Makassar, South Sulawesi, and also in Lombok Barat in West Nusa Tenggara. This is the example of the facility that we built. This is the incinerator with capacity of 150 kilogram per hour, static, type static. And this is the rotary kiln, rotary with the capacity 300 kilogram per hour. This is in Aceh, but also it's built something like that in Padang and Lombok. This year, hopefully, we will finish the facility on Bangka Belitung, Mamuju, Maluku, and also at Manokwari, West Papua, and also at Central Sumba, East Nusa Tenggara. Ladies and gentlemen, this is that I mentioned earlier. Ministry of Environment and Forestry try to provide budget for local government. Ninth item, the cold room, waste drop box container, its plastic bag, for three-wheel motorcycle, one car transportation, and PPE waste for waste collector or transporter personnel, and one depot building. So all of them, 7 of them, will be give to local government with the criteria in the red zone area, the city of capital province, and its province has 40% waste generated by the provincial number of residents. So hopefully in the 33 province, excluded DKI, it will be 104 district city will be given this DAK from us, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And hopefully the facility that we give to the local government will reduce the risk of the spreading COVID-19 through the waste hospital waste of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good. Bu Sinta, you have done very good presentations. And yeah, elaborating the situation of medical waste management in Indonesia. And you also inform us what the governments have been doing in Indonesia right now in coping with this medical waste management. Right. Okay. I was informed by the committee that Pak Nur Samedi has not yet come. So I will open the discussion just for Ibu Sinta, yeah, while we are waiting for Pak Samedi, yeah. Yeah, the committee, could you please show us the Slido questions already sent by the member? Okay. Bu Sinta, can you,
Yeah.
oh, the committee, can you make it a little bit bigger? This is too small for me.
It's not my eye only, ya Pak.
That's why.
The problem is in my eye.
Yeah, the same problem with me. Okay. Could you please scroll down? We just saw the questions goes to Bu Sinta. This is Pak Seka. Yeah, here starting Bu Sinta, yeah. To Bu Sinta, is the medical waste incinerator could cope the criteria to incinerate plastic from hospital medical waste, such as infusion and others? That is the question, Bu Sinta.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, Pak. So I think there is also a question related to which regulation that we have to base on, ya Pak. So for medical waste, we do have based on Peraturan Menteri Ministry regulation number 56 year 2015. This is, I think, specific for medical waste. So one of the regulations stated that to dispose, you can use thermal or non-thermal. So for thermal, of course, we can use incinerator, which can dispose also plastic such as from infused bottle. So there is a criteria for emission. That's why every incinerator in hospital has to have license from the Ministry of Environment. But we do in this regulation, there are an section that some of infusion bottle can be reused by Hefni. So for the infusion bottle, not the blood one from food, yeah, and etc. You can disinfect first and then chopping. So it can be sold to as a non-hazardous waste things. So it's good for the environment. We can reuse and recycle. Good for the incinerator itself, and also good for the emissions, something like that. So yeah, we do have criteria and certain pollution control things, so that incinerator hazardous waste can burn plastic things, Pak Hefni. But we prefer not to be burned because it's still valuable, the plastic. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I agree with you. Better we use again the plastic bottle, not for to be burns. Yeah. Okay. The next question, Bu, is about how the government manage the infectious waste from domestic household, since many patients now undergo self-isolation isoman. All right, yes. Nice question, Bu.
Yeah, this is big homework for us, Pak, in Ministry of Environment Forestry. So within the circular letter from the minister promptly established the circular letter in the early pandemic. So when the Wisma Atlet start operation, the Ibu Menteri sent a letter and also established the circular letter, ask the local government to collect its hazardous waste. That's why there were circular letter number 2 2020 and renew circular letter number 3 2021. We encourage we ask the local government from province and district to collect actually not only from the
hospital
facility like what you call vaccine center. So we ask the government actually if it is from masyarakat, from the people, so it's gathered by the local government. But if it's from the what you call private sector like hospital or hotel that you pay, Pak, the medical waste should be disposed on their bearing. So they have to have the budget allocation to bring it to the services, to the company public services. But this is a very big homework for us. Right now, we allocated the AK, Pak. Right now, I think this month we will give around 100 local government. We will give all the facility for they collect, and they has to have a budget allocation to dispose the medical waste. I think there is a good example, on the early pandemic situation, the local government of Sumatra Barat, West Sumatra, asked the Semen Padang to help them to burn the medical waste Pak, for free for the CSR. So either the local district government or the Satgas local collect from the household, and then they burn to semen kiln in what you call semen Padang Pak. And also in DKI, some part of DKI, they collect from the house and then put in the depot. And DKI has two source of budget, their own budget, and also they burn in their facility, something like that.
Yeah, a good answer, Bu Sinta. Yeah, you elaborate how the governments do right now. Yeah. To facilitate the waste produced by the community, yeah, for the people who do isoman, yeah. So the government must do it for the collection, right? Okay, the next question, Bu, about the disposable mess. Can be used as a pot material for planting a plant.
Okay, actually we have to segregate, Pak. Since the mass used by the patient, I think it's completely categorized as hazardous waste or medical waste. So it has to be burned or disposed manually. But for disposable mass from healthy person, I think it's very possible. And also I think LIPI already have come out with some technology to what you call, to recover, ya Pak. So they chop or something, they collect it and then they reform to other useful material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. The committee, organizing committee, is there any question more for Ibu Sinta? I think that's all, Bu Sinta. Yeah, there is no other questions goes to you. Yeah, I think I will sign up the discussion for Bu Sinta. Again, thank you, Bu Sinta, for your nice presentations. Yeah, we already knows how the government's been doing, yeah, on coping with this medical waste management. Since before the pandemic, we don't know much about how the government actually doing the management of the medical waste. Now we know, yeah, after your presentation, right? Okay, again, thank you, Bu Sinta.
Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, okay. Is Pak Nur Samedi is already here? Committee, organizing committee. Pak Nur Samedi, hello. Are you already here in this Zoom? Ibu MC, Ibu Sika, can you answer me about the availability of Pak Nur Samedi?
Oh, Pak Nur Samedi is should be available
already here.
Already here.
Yes.
Okay, Pak Nur Samedi, yeah, is time yours now, right now, yeah. Okay, I give the time and the platform for you, yeah, to present your material, presentation material. Pak Samedi, yeah. Yeah, Pak Nur Samedi, time is yours. He's already here actually, yeah, in this Zoom.
Yes, he is already here, Prof.
Maybe he still prepare the material for presentations, yeah. It take over a while, yeah. We have still a foreign guest here beside Pak Seka. Are they all Indonesians?
All Indonesian, yes.
All Indonesian. Yeah, Bu Sinta just elaborate the DAK perhaps Pak Sika do know what is the DACA. The DACA means special allocation budget allocations. The DACA, yeah, it goes to the any specific condition in Indonesia for district, for province, for regency. Yeah, so it depends on the situation proposed by the local government to the central governments. Yeah, not all local governments get the DACA. Yeah, depending on the proposal. That's mean the DACA. Am I right, Bu Sinta?
Exactly, Pak. You can help me a lot nih, Pak. But yeah, actually, we also the criteria. One of them is the COVID situation in that place, in that area.
Yeah.
So mostly the what you call ibu kotanya provinsi.
Yeah.
They can get the DAK.
DAK, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, there was a cabinet meeting led by the president last at the end of July. So on this August, all of the institutions get together to solve the problem. So it's not only the matter of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the Ministry of Health, but also right now the Ministry of Maritime and Invest also get involved, and then the Public Works, also from the Internal Affairs, of course, Mendagri, give the direction to the local government, and then all of us. So right now get together to cope with the medical waste.
Yeah.
Dr. Sinta,
corrective actions.
Dr. Sinta,
Prof. Yeah, Prof.
I can imagine very huge, many COVID-19 waste, many waste, in Indonesia, So if we can manage well, it's become very potential. There's because we know that this one is maybe categories is a bit high risk waste, high risk waste.
Right.
Yeah.
There is 9 characteristic, Prof.
Yes.
And one of them is infectious waste.
Infectious waste, yes.
COVID-19 categorized as infectious, and by regulation of Ministry of Health, and I think it's also in internationally.
Yes.
It has to be disposed to within 24 hours.
20. Yes. 20.
In the temperature normal, in days it should be disappear, or it has to be put in the box, the freezer things, and the hospital has a very big challenge in dealing with the incinerator, Prof. So I think like in Malaysia, we encourage the public, private sector to build the service for medical waste, so that the hospital, the doctor not feeling, they can just send it to the professional, so they don't have to have their own incinerator in each hospital, something like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Nursamudi, are you already prepare your material presentations? Pak Nursamudi?
He's not here yet, Pak.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Pak Samudi, time is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hefni, my docent in IPB. Very sorry, because in the same time I have to Zoom. Then maybe a bit late. please share screen. Pak Wanda or committee, okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is this precious opportunity, I'm gladly stand in front of you today to talk briefly about this special topic appointed to me in regard to the role of science and technology on the environmental quality improvement. Next, slide, sir. Second slide. Okay, thank you. Please let me introduce myself first. My name is Nur Sumedi. I am now acting the secretary of the Standardization Agency of Environmental and Forestry Instrument, or what we like to call PSI LHK, Badan Standarisasi Instrumen Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan, the new organization in LHK. Our office is located in Manggala Bakti, building 7 in the center of Jakarta. Next. Yeah. Today, presentation covers 3 themes. First, I would like to talk a bit about the current environmental issue, and then I will show you some example of innovation that will likely be the solution of prominent environmental problems. At the end, I'm going to ask you as the member of a scientist community in Indonesia, what can we do to improve the environmental quality? The next slide, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Previous. Yeah. Yeah. Within the next few slides, I will draw you your focus on what problem our world is facing now. And then we'll narrow down the focus on the hottest environmental issues happening in Indonesia. The next slide, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we all here fully realize that our world is suffering. When I was trying to list all the global current environmental issue, I came up at least 10 key issues, as I shown here. Deforestation, yeah, biodiversity loss, then water scarcity, climate change, waste disposal, forest fire, pollution, overpopulation, then security, a real problem that our society challenges to tackle down. The primary cause of all these problems is, I think, is the key is human disturbance. We have to admit that we are a greedy living being. We overuse water, soil, forest, mineral. We pollute the water with industrial and domestic wastes, and we pollute the soil with hazardous tailing. When the environment becomes polluted, it means that the toxic substances have rendered in an unhealthy. Next. Next. Now, we see that it's happening in Indonesia. Last year, when the COVID-19 pandemic was just started, the news about it was just is when the news about a trending topic. It was quality in Jakarta, in Indonesia, 0.5 of global greenhouse gas emission. Land transportation contributes around 12 of total national carbon dioxide emission, and almost 90% of urban air pollution, such as carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, ozone, and particulate matter. One data conducted by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia found that the rainwater in Jakarta has low level of pH, which also contain traces of sulfate, ammonia, nitrate, potassium, magnesium chloride, and sodium. And according to WHO, Jakarta had annual mean WHO guideline value is 10 microgram per cubic meter. Next. Now, next. We move on to the next issue, which is also a big issue in Indonesia. According to data of water area, and six major rivers in West Java do not meet requirement for drinking water. Moreover, data monitoring in 4 major lakes in Indonesia, namely Toba, Singkarak, Waduk Jatiluhur, and Situ Patenggang, indicate that water quality on the basis of COD and BOD parameters are above the cities, such as small-scale industries, agriculture, textiles, pulp and paper, petrochemical, mining, and oil and gas. From 51 million houses in Indonesia, there is only 43% has domestic waste treatment, and about 56% of next slide. Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yes. Yeah. And now ranked second after China. Current estimations show that about 85,000 tons of waste is generated daily in Indonesia, with an expected increase to 150,000 tons produced daily by 2095. Approximately, moreover, Indonesia had more than 187 million people living in the coastal areas, generating 3 million ton wastes per year, and estimate 1 million metric tons of plastic was released into the ocean annually. Unfortunately, most the waste management is likely to be underfunded, which are in average only 2.6%, about 2.6% of total local government budget. Then, next slide. Now, I would like to have your attention on this issue. Since Indonesia has ratified the Minamata Convention in 2017, the effort to phase out mercury, especially from artisanal and small-scale gold mining activities, has been one of national priority. Mercury emission from artisanal and small-scale gold mining country, mercury emission is associated with the artisanal and small-scale gold activity, and this number is significantly higher than global average of 37%. A study published in 2015 estimated there are about 1,000 artisanal fins in Indonesia. The study also recorded around 300,000 minors and another 700,000 family members rely on the artisanal and small-scale goat to their livelihood. Concern over mercury is indeed due to its toxic health problems suffered by people living around artisanal and small-scale goat area due to mercury poisoning. At first, health effect of using mercury in artisanal and small-scale goat process is not only limited to in situ polluted area, but also to public general when it entered the food chain system. President of Indonesia has released a government regulation number 21 regarding National Action Plan on Mercury Reduction and Elimination. Then Ministry of Environment and Forestry for Indonesia, together with other ministries and agencies, will implement particular strategies in the artisanal and small-scale goat activities. Then, next slide. We have finished with the first part of presentation. Now I would like to show you what science, knowledge, and technology can do or have done to improve the environmental quality. I have shown you, I mentioned before, technology can play a crucial role in providing the best solution for each of the problem. It's time to focus on the solution which we know exists or have the potential to be developed, and along with community behavioral change can help us. Next. To answer the water pollution problem, researchers in Cicero, Australia, invented a membrane filter called graph ear. Researchers have created a water filter that can make highly polluted water drinkable after just one step of membrane distillation. The team found that the combination filter screened out 90% of the contaminant. Toxic chemical compound, while allowing pure pH neutral water through. Graph ear is a revolutionary carbon material that is one atom thick and applicable in many areas. The technology could be used to cheaply provide safe drinking water to any region. Now let's move on to the next innovation. Next slide. About plasma arc was what was water recycling. Yeah, this is. Thank you. Thank you. This can conventional methods certainly do not solve problems because the harmful residues such as ash, dust, gases left behind cannot be filtered. Plasma aqueous recycling involved heating was to super high temperature to produce gas that can be burned for energy, and rocky solid was that can be used from greener form of waste treatment. The plasma in a waste plant heats the waste to the temperature anywhere from about 1,000 to 15,000 degrees Celsius. The utilization of municipal waste using this method does not cause the emission. It takes place in an incinerating plants. Yeah, that's the process. The picture, that's the process. Yeah. And the next slide. To the next innovation. Okay, the next innovation is also provide organism. Research into alternative renewable energy generation is priority due to the ever-increasing concern of climate change. Microbial fuel cells are not potential technology to be explored as a partial solution towards combating the over-reliance on fossil fuel and biodegradable water. A microbial fuel cell is a bioelectrochemical device that utilizes the respiring microbes to convert organic substrates directly into electrical energy. At its core, the microbial fuel can transform chemically. This technology is already available in the market. The market in Asia Pacific is expected to be an emerging market for microbial fuel cell due to increasing demand in countries such as India, China, Japan, innovation for reduced greenhouse gases. Yeah, next slide. And now, what kind of innovation is available to reduce greenhouse gases? Carbon capture and storage is technology that avoids emission produced from the use of fossil fuels and electricity generation and industrial processes, preventing the carbon dioxide from entering the atmosphere. This technology capture carbon dioxide at the source, compressing it for transportation and then inject the amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. It has been applied in wide range of industries since 1972. And since then, more than 200 million tons of carbon dioxide has been captured and injected deep underground. Yeah. Yeah, I hope to you the technology, the global community has been successful globally in order to provide the most reliable solution for current environmental issue. And now the question is, the most environmental issue is air can do solve the local environmental problems. The next slide. The next. Yeah, one simple but applicable innovation that had been developed by our college in PSI LHK, Badan Standar, called Siskana. Siskana stand for Sistem Kalkulasi Indeks Kualitas Air Modifikasi Indonesia. This calculation system was established in 2017 through yearly studies use 10 valid parameters of water quality. It was developed to provide a practical nationally. Siskana was launched in July, 2019, and now it's freely accessible for anyone in interest, intended to support the local government to determine the water quality in their respective area. Next. Okay, and now that we are in urgent to take real action in eliminating mercury, especially in artisanal and small-scale gold mining. Our colleges from BPPT has developed mercury-free gold processing technology using gravitational, chemical, and combination of gravitational and chemical methods. This technology has been established in Lebak, West Java in 2018 as a pilot project. Within the next few years, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, in collaboration with UNDP and BPPT, will establish mercury-free gold processing mercury-free gold processing facility in 6 different locations in Indonesia that has been considered to have major artisanal and small-scale gold mining. And the next slide. And now the issue that has been the biggest homework for Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. How to reduce plastic waste? Is there any alternative to replace in composable plastic? The answer is yes. There are alternatives for conventional plastic, and these alternatives are 100% made by Indonesian. If you ever heard about this INAFOR, seaweed-based packaging that is edible, nutritious, customizable, and biodegradable, is actually developed by Indonesian startup company. Another invention of compostable plastic is BioPlus. BioPlus is made from palm oil, wasted that contains cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, developed by Chemical Research Center of LIPI. And last but not least, Telobag, Tastelo is the first commercial compostable plastic bag product made in Indonesia. It was made from cassava, telo. It has an ability to withstand loads, and its flexibility is similar to the conventional plastic. The next slide. Yeah. So as I'm getting close to the end of my presentation, I would like to make a few comments about what we should do in the future in terms of our role as scientist community and as Indonesian people. From my personal opinion, we should see what we are dealing now, not only as a problem, but challenges as well. What Indonesia really needs right now is breakthrough and applicable innovation to answer those challenges. I mentioned here in this slide at least 3 innovation that we have opportunity to fill in. In this are not the least we can do. So much more innovation we can create and develop for the better future. My last question is, are you willing to find the new innovation? And the last slide, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation. I will be happy to take any question that you may have. I hope that I have given you some insights today. Please follow us in our media social, and we would like to encourage you to stay in touch with us in any chance we may have in the future. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, good, Pak Nur Samudi. Thank you for nice presentations. And yeah, you elaborated the current condition of environmental degradation in Indonesia. Yeah, not only because of COVID-19 pandemic, but also because of the increasing anthropogenic activity, yeah, throughout Indonesia. And now you also propose, or you also elaborate the technological approach, yeah, to make this degrading environments getting improved, yeah. And yeah, you elaborated some kind of alternative, yeah, how to improve that situation, right? Okay, thank you, Pak Nur Samudi again. Now we come up to the real time of discussions, yeah. We still have less than 30 minutes actually. So I will open up the discussion, and perhaps there has already some question in Slido, yeah. So we can answer the question, yeah. Some question goes to Pak Seka, yeah, Pak Professor Ganda Seka. So you can read yourself,
Okay.
Professor Ganda Seka, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Abni. Okay, from Mr. Danang Eko Nuryanto, thank you, from BMKG. Yeah. So how will cutting of trees affect water quality? This one, yeah. Okay. Actually, in the harvesting, we have not only cutting. After cutting, of course, we continue with skinning and so on and so forth. Yeah. So of course, before that, we need to open up and then maybe develop some root construction and so on and so forth. So meaning that not only just cutting actually. So in the forest, your cutting is the first stage of forest harvesting. So of course, if only cutting one trees, only maybe I think there's no effect, yeah. But if we cutting for the harvesting, after cutting we do some skidding using tractors and so on and so forth, heavy equipment in the forest, especially at the undulating and until steep terrain. They will affect to our soil and then will affect to the water quality. So the most effective to the water quality actually not from the cutting itself, but it's the next step is from the what we call skidding activity that with the worst impact into water quality. So cutting itself, of course, a gift, but not so as big as what we call skidding. Yeah. So what do you think about and then for that one, maybe we need to do some wise, yeah, activity wise operation. We call in Indonesia is reduced impact logging and so on and so forth. Yeah. And what do you think about palm plantation, oil palm plantation? Of course, this one palm oil plantation, I have been to one area, yeah, in oil palm plantation. I realized that some water that come up from that oil palm plantation is the color is become a bit green, yeah, and so on, not the natural green, meaning that there's something come up from the palm oil plantation. Meaning is for this one, the water quality is impact. It's because the activity, for example, is opening up and so on and so forth, and planting, and maybe using some what we call fertilizer and so on and so forth. That's also impact into the water quality. Okay, and then from Mr. Aris, from Sadang, yeah, this one. What is the solution to increase low quality water in this forest? Okay. Just let this to forest like that. We need to do something, yeah. For example, of course, in Indonesia, there's really planting and so on and so forth. Of course, this one is a must, yeah. After cutting, we need to plant, yeah. But after all, so not only just plant, what we need to control the quality of the replanting, yeah. For example, and of course, for example, I mentioned before, not only from harvesting, of course, that for oil palm from some agriculture area, maybe this needs some water treatment. For example, the water is need to go to some a palm, and then this area maybe, for example, a bit small lake, yeah, and then we need to give some low pollution that can release to the public river and so on and so forth. And then is there's a method to reduce the pollution and increase the water? Okay, so for increase the low quality water, of course, we need to do some like water treatment, waste operation. Of course, we need to also harvesting, first operation harvesting, not allowed yet to apply like tractors skidding in the very high steep terrain, or into steep terrain operation. Maybe it's become very worse in terms of impacted to the water quality. So is there maybe the wise smart practice must be implemented in any activity, yeah, and then to follow and to control what kind of the waste, and then we need to manage the waste before before release to the public rivers and so forth. And of course, and then the next is then our planting realistic trees number, but they growing well, becoming forest. That's why I encourage everybody everywhere in the world to do even only one tree. So do a planting, yeah, do planting even only one, as well as we can do planting well and control from the beginning until this become do this million trees. Maybe not only for example, I heard so many planting ceremonies, yeah, do many million or maybe thousand trees has been planted. But after that, what is the problem? The problem is there's so many things, yeah. There are many things with this kind of the like, if not that we die every time and so on and so forth. So the thing is how the commitment, yeah, high commitment, of course, need a high capital also, and that we need not that one we cannot stand alone. So we need to make some collaboration with some big companies, multinational and multinational and so on and so forth to do this one, yeah. The control, the small number hectare as a plot, for example, demonstration. I heard like in Wanagama is very successful, yeah, successful rehabilitation. That's three. So after that, we need to follow and to deliberate and to distribute all the spirit to all of the province in Indonesia, at least in one province, in one plot, and then if not, how to can give some to depend to some funding and so on and so forth if we have no success area, for example. That's why the success area become very important. After success, we can maybe apply and maybe promote to any other agency to get involved in this okay, and then planting, yeah, that's why planting grow well with the forest. Yes, like in my project, there's a collaboration between the company, the people itself, yeah, and of course the university and the big company, multinational company, and of course after that we need to, yeah, because there's so many like weeds, like what we call, yeah, insect diseases and fire of itself, yeah. We need to control that long the time, not only 1 year, but a long journey. Okay, next maybe Prof have me what the next, any question for me? Maybe
Yeah.
for big challenge, yeah, because Miss Susie, do you choose planting million tree? Okay, no, the next, I think for the Mr. Susie like that, maybe I have another question. For example, from what else? Yeah, the next, maybe next. I think there's a next question. Okay, yeah. Do you choose planting actually? What is the biggest challenge? This is we will facing with some weeds in the couple months after planting, and then insect and diseases, and of course the fires, yeah, and of course there are many people because this open area we planted in there's no fence and so on and so forth, no boundaries, and collaboration with partnership with some people, like in Malaysia we can maybe partnership with the people like the local people and so on support the and then we can do together. Yeah, I heard in like in Teakwood there's some like agroforestry. Maybe we can do like this also, yeah, well. So this one is the challenging is of course weeds very much, yeah. If we let the weeds in 1 week or 3 weeks, the baby will die, yeah. That will be maybe tercekik kalau bahasa Indonesia, ya. And then this also we need to focus, control, and then maybe we need some people who can carry out this one here, and to do this one. Of course, this one we need to hire for some CSR. For example, I heard in Petronas there's there's a CSR, and Tesco like in Malaysia, and so on and so forth. Big like Shell and of course IBF and so on and so forth. And then they we apply for CSR. And for CSR, we need to give some proven that this area has been a good maybe success. For the success, maybe we need to for our funding and so on and so forth to make a success, and then this demonstration plot, and we can present to any big company to import or to take the CSR funding, yeah, joint project and so on and so forth. That maybe we can apply also. I heard also in some area like in Garut and so on and so forth, they apply for CSR for Pertamina, yeah. The Pertamina invest and then can do some planting, and then the people, the local area can do the planting well, yeah, and then can be success later on. And then okay, maybe last, yeah. Okay, maybe we have to. No, what are the biggest? And then the next after this, I have some. Okay, maybe the BCA, benefit cost ratio. I think this one is from Mr. Budi. So Mr. Budi is saying about the benefit cost ratio. Listen, this one is more to conservation. If the orientation for rehabilitation is from production, of course we can do some benefit cost ratio, yeah, analysis. But for this one, the rehabilitation for recovery and for conservation, we need to do some BCA using the intangible prices, intangible value, meaning that we can see from the carbon credit and we can see from the water quality and so on and so forth. Not only the money. If we think the money, we cannot start from now. So we need to do that one. Yeah. For the first is BCA using the intangible value. Okay. So for Miss Ellie, really what they recommended, for my research is I recommended to do the rehabilitation using the native species, especially for in Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Sumatra. We can using the Soraria prosula is the most powerful natural forestry species. Yeah. That we can apply for rehabilitation. But for like in Jawa, we can of course maybe like take wood and so on and so forth. But we can now albizia and so on and so forth. That's all from me. Maybe Prof help me. Thank you.
Yeah. Nice, Prof Ganda Seka. Yeah. I do agree with your last comment about the BCA. Yeah, we have to consider also intangible value. Yeah.
Yes.
Ecosystem. We notice about the environmental services.
Yes.
That is as much use than the tangible value. So to have to consider that. Okay, I do agree with that.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other question for Prof Ganda Seka committee? No, yeah. I think enough.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's one left, Prof Ganda Seka.
Yeah.
Is there any certain trees that go for rehabilitate the forest? Please give up an example. Okay.
Yes. I have mentioned before that we can use the native species like Meranti, Soria, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and then Soria prosula is the best one from my research.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a good answer. I think it's all for Prof Ganda Seka. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for your response.
Welcome, Prof.
Response. I've been to Kuching before pandemic. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I went to the conference in Swinburne University.
Yes.
And then after that, I went also to the Kuching Museum, cat museum.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm a cat lover.
That's good experience for you, Prof.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Now we scrutinize. The question goes to Pak Nur Sumedi. Is there any question for him? For Pak Nur? Pak Nur. Yeah, here is one. Yeah. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
The question, is there any opportunity only from Susi? Yeah, from Susi. Is there any opportunity to phytoremediation in waste management in Indonesia? Thank you, Susi. Yeah, I think there are many many species, not just capture oxygen, but they have to neutralize many toxicity. For example, is mangrove forest. Mangrove forest is one of community can neutralize many toxic. So it is good for rehabilitation. There are many species not just capture oxygen, but neutralize toxics also in around of lakes maybe. Yeah. Turi, I don't know, I forget the Latin name. Yeah. But it is good for rehabilitation. In Kalimantan, we have many species can rehabilitate post mining. At least 8 species is very good for neutralizing toxins. For example, is Meranti, then I forget the name and the Latin name, but it is a very good for neutralize neutralizing toxic post mining. Yeah, maybe that is Pak Hefni.
Good. And I think there is another question, Pak Nur. Here, at the above of the question that you just answered.
Yeah.
About how can technology control plastic waste in water, especially in the sea? Yeah. So he's asking about the technology for controlling plastic waste in the sea.
Yeah, this is our challenges for control plastic was in the sea, but maybe yeah, in this moment, maybe I will invite my colleagues for comment, especially for expert plastic from maybe there is Bu Burita. Experts plastic or anyone from P3KLL, because plastic is a very challenge problem, especially in the sea.
Yeah. Anyone will answer also the question goes to Pak Nur.
Yeah.
Burita. Yeah, Burita. Pak Nur call you. Yeah. If there is no people to help Pak Nur Sumedi, so I will make a comment, Pak Sumedi, probably. Yeah, a simple comment. I think for dealing with plastic waste, I think the best way to do is we have to prevent to be plastic pollute the environment. So we have to go to the upstream of the management. Not polluting the plastic waste, but we have to prevent a plastic become a waste. This is a good example in UK, for example, in Germany. If you are carrying a plastic bag, if you are carrying a used bag to the supermarket, the supermarket will give you money. They give you money as what do you call it? As a support for using recycle bag. So, but here in Indonesia we don't have any such thing. And then also in UK, if we buy a plastic bottle of mineral water, we buy also the plastic bottle of that mineral water. And then we have to bring it back to the supermarket, and then we get back the cash money. So that's why by doing this regulation, nobody in UK throw away the plastic bottle because there is money in there. So this is a very simple meaning of dealing with the plastic waste. But in Indonesia, it doesn't occur like that. So we have to value the plastic waste, and then the people do not easily throw it to the environment because there's money in there. So in UK, it's very simple solve the problem. Also, no plastic waste in UK, in Germany. So since I live in Germany, in UK, so I know exactly how the government there to copy this plastic waste. So I think the best way is we are doing to the upstream management, not in downstream management. After the waste is coming out, but before the waste is coming out, we have to do some regulation, strict regulation. I think my suggestion, Pak Nur Sumedi.
I think I do agree because very limited. As I know, very limited technology for these problems.
That's why,
there are any technology, but still expensive. I think so. So I invited. Maybe there is a new technology for it. Okay, thank you, Pak.
Okay, Pak Sumedi is good. I think everyone, we are running out of time. We are almost noon, midday already, and we have already heard azan. I think I don't have to conclude the speaker time here, the keynote speak time, because the committee already sends the PPT through chat box, so we can scrutinize more what is the content of the presentation today, delivered by some respective speaker, not only from here in Indonesia, but also from abroad, from Malaysia, Sarawak, and also from Japan. So I thank for everyone who exist or available who attend this international conference from the beginning to the end here every day. And then I also wish to thank very much for the speaker, good speaker, brilliant speaker, yeah, that has make us knew what is happening about the condition of forest, the condition of water quality, the condition of degradation of environment in Indonesia, yeah, and also how the government now dealing with the situation, yeah, how the program is running in Indonesia right now, dedicated for making our environment getting better, yeah, because of anything, yeah, not only because of COVID pandemic, but also because of increasing anthropogenic activity nowadays in Indonesia. I think that's all, everyone. Again, we give a big applause for everyone here, not only for the speaker, for everyone who attended the meeting until the end. And then I sign off with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Mbak Sika.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Hefni and all distinguished panelists for such a fruitful discussion. Please give applause once again to our panelists and moderator. Thank you, Prof. Hefni, Prof. Satoshi Murao, Prof. Secha Ganda Secha, Ibu Sinta Saparina Sumiarno, and Bapak Nur Sumedi. Okay, now I'm going to announce the door prize winner. The organizing committee has chosen the winner from the most liked question in Slido application. And the winner is Mbak Fitri Yola Amandita. Congratulations, Mbak Fitri. The committee will contact you further. Okay, finally, we are coming to the end of the plenary session, but I hope you all stay tuned since there will be more and more interesting topics coming out. Please not to leave the platform since we will come back again on 1 p.m. Jakarta time for the parallel session. I gently remind you once again to rename your username according to the room you choose to join so that our host will be easier to assign you to the room chosen. You can choose 4 rooms as shown on your screen. There's room 1 and room 2, with the moderator of Mbak Retno, and then room 3 and room 4. Thank you, host. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you for joining the program and see you soon after the break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Bye.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Bu Sinta, Pak Hefni.
Yes. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu partisipan, silahkan jika ingin tetap bergabung di Zoom ini, silahkan tidak perlu leave. Namun apabila akan leave, maka bisa kembali ikut melalui link yang sudah dikirimkan panitia pada chat box.
Pusat Standarisasi Instrumen Kualitas Lingkungan Hidup mempunyai tugas melaksanakan penyusunan kebijakan teknis dan pelaksanaan, perencanaan, perumusan, pengembangan, dan penilaian standar instrumen kualitas lingkungan hidup. Mempunyai 8 laboratorium, diantaranya Laboratorium Udara, laboratorium air dan limbah cair, laboratorium tanah dan limbah padat, laboratorium biologi, laboratorium kebisingan dan getaran, laboratorium kalibrasi, laboratorium toksikologi, dan laboratorium merkuri. Terletak di kawasan Puspitek Serpong, Kota Tangerang Selatan, PSI KLH merupakan eselon 2 yang berstruktur organisasi di bawah PSI LHK KLHK.
Halo, perkenalkan saya Wenda.
Saya Asri. Hari ini kami akan membawa kalian untuk lab tour di PSI KLH. Selamat datang di PSI KLH.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Toksikologi PSI KLH. Laboratorium toksikologi dikembangkan untuk mengidentifikasi limbah B3. Uji toksisitas bertujuan untuk menilai resiko yang mungkin ditimbulkan dari limbah dan hasilnya berguna dalam menekan resiko bahaya terhadap lingkungan. Identifikasi sifat akut limbah dilakukan melalui uji hayati dengan menguji besaran dosis respon limbah yang menyebabkan kematian 50% populasi dari hewan uji dalam jangka waktu yang singkat dan hasilnya diterapkan sebagai nilai lethal dose 50%.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat PSI KLH. Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat melakukan kegiatan dan pengujian parameter B3 antara lain PCB serta logam berat.
Dalam upaya mengendalikan pencemaran udara, PSI KLH memiliki fasilitas laboratorium udara ambien dan emisi. di mana di lab ini memiliki kemampuan pengambilan sampel dan pengujian parameter kualitas udara yang didukung dengan peralatan pengambil contoh dan pengujian serta hasil pengukuran atau pengujian emisi dan ambien dapat digunakan menjadi dasar dalam tindakan pengendalian dan pencegahan pencemaran udara.
Oke, sekarang kita berada di laboratorium air dan limbah cair. Laboratorium ini memiliki kemampuan untuk menguji kualitas air seperti parameter fisik, temperatur, padatan tersuspensi, daya hantar listrik, parameter kimia seperti pH, BOD, logam berat, dan lainnya. Saat ini kita akan mengajak kalian ke fasilitas terbaru di PSI KLH, yaitu Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan.
Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan dirancang untuk digunakan dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi PSI KLH dalam menjalankan mandatori sebagai pusat riset merkuri serta mendukung rencana aksi nasional pengurangan dan penghapusan merkuri di Indonesia tahun 2030 dan untuk mengembangkan metrologi lingkungan. Gedung Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan tidak hanya memiliki fasilitas laboratorium, namun di sini juga didukung oleh fasilitas lainnya, yaitu
ruang menyusui, musola, ruang staf, dan ruang rapat.
Oke, yuk sekarang kita lihat salah satu ruangannya. Let's go. Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan memiliki ruangan anechoic chamber yang merupakan suatu ruangan yang didesain untuk menyerap gelombang suara serta gelombang elektromagnetik secara menyeluruh. Struktur ruangan ini seperti ruangan biasa, namun yang membedakannya adalah seluruh dinding ruangan tersebut dilapisi dengan material berdaya serap tinggi. Lapisan yang disebut wedges pada ruangan tersebut berbentuk seperti kumpulan piramida dengan puncak yang mengarah pada inti ruangan. Dengan perpaduan material dan struktur lapisan ini, anechoic chamber dapat mencegah pantulan gelombang dari suara yang berasal dari ruangan tersebut, serta menghindari gangguan suara yang berasal dari luar.
Sekian lab tour dari kami.
Untuk mengenal lebih dekat lagi, silahkan mengunjungi Lab Serpong.
Jangan lupa follow semua akun media sosial kami di bawah sini,
Di bawah
ya.
sini ya. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
kehidupan. Selamat datang di Pusat Penelitian Pengembangan Kualitas dan Laboratorium Lingkungan Badan Litbang Inovasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan.
Kami akan mengajak Anda untuk mengenal berbagai ancaman lingkungan hidup yang ternyata berada di sekeliling kita.
Penggunaan teknologi modern terkadang ibarat dua sisi mata uang. Selain manfaat yang didapat, namun ada juga loh kerugian yang ditimbulkannya, khususnya bisa bikin kesehatan kita menurun. Salah satunya adalah kebisingan yang ditimbulkan dari penggunaan teknologi di lingkungan tempat kita tinggal, belajar, atau bekerja. Sumber kebisingan misalnya berasal dari lalu lintas, pengoperasian alat berat, deru pesawat terbang, suara mesin produksi, ataupun laju kereta api yang setiap saat melintas di hadapan kita, yang dalam batas tertentu bisa mengakibatkan gangguan kenyamanan dan merusak kesehatan. Seperti kita ketahui, batas frekuensi bunyi yang bisa didengar oleh telinga manusia berada di kisaran frekuensi 20 Hz hingga 20.000 Hz. Ini yang disebut dengan frekuensi audio, sementara bunyi yang berada di bawah 20 Hz disebut infrasonik. Adapun yang di atas 20.000 Hz disebut dengan istilah ultrasonik. Bunyi dapat diukur menggunakan sound level meter dengan besaran tingkat tekanan bunyi dinyatakan dalam desibel. Secara umum, ambang batas manusia mulai mendengar adalah 20 mikropascal atau 0 desibel. Ambang batas sakit telinga adalah 140 desibel. Namun, bunyi di atas 90 desibel dapat menyebabkan kerusakan pendengaran kronis. Sedangkan bunyi dirasakan nyaman bila tingkat tekanan bunyi di bawah 55 desibel. Ada 3 jenis kebisingan. 1. Bising kontinu atau terus-menerus seperti suara mesin, kipas angin, dan lain-lain. 2. Bising intermittent atau terputus-putus yang terjadi tidak terus-menerus seperti suara lintasan kereta api ataupun suara pesawat terbang. 3. Bising impulsif yang memiliki perubahan tekanan suara melebihi 40 desibel dalam waktu yang cepat sehingga mengejutkan pendengarnya seperti suara senapan, mercon, dan lain-lain. Setelah mengetahui dampak kebisingan terhadap kesehatan dan kenyamanan lingkungan, maka kami peduli. Bagaimana dengan Anda?
Terus berkembang dan tumbuh menjadi laboratorium lingkungan yang inovatif di Indonesia. Mari bersama turut berperan dalam membangun bangsa. Together we create the change. P3KLL, bangkit, hebat, asyik.
Dan bersama P3KLL, mari kita ciptakan lingkungan hidup sehat yang berkelanjutan. kehidupan. Selamat datang di Pusat Penelitian Pengembangan Kualitas dan Laboratorium Lingkungan Badan Litbang Inovasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan.
Kami akan mengajak Anda untuk mengenal berbagai ancaman lingkungan hidup yang ternyata berada di sekeliling kita. Timbal atau timah hitam adalah salah satu jenis logam berat yang bersifat neurotoksin sehingga berbahaya bagi kesehatan. Timbal dapat masuk dan terakumulasi dalam tubuh manusia, hewan, dan tumbuh-tumbuhan. Timbal memiliki sifat lunak, mudah ditempa, dan bertitik leleh rendah. Saat baru dipotong, timbal berwarna perak mengilat kebiruan, tetapi jika terpapar udara permukaannya akan berubah menjadi warna abu-abu buram. Timbal akan menguap pada suhu panas 550-600 derajat Celcius. Unsur timbal maupun senyawa oksidanya mudah bereaksi dengan asam maupun basa. Keberadaan timbal ke lingkungan dapat disebabkan karena adanya pemanfaatan produk yang mengandung timbal seperti cat dasar, mainan anak-anak, bensin, dan pipa PDAM yang masih menggunakan timbal. Berdasarkan hasil penelitian P3KLL, Batan, KPBB, dan FKM UI, kasus pencemaran timbal di Jabodetabek berasal dari kegiatan daur ulang aki bekas. Timbal dibakar di ruang terbuka sehingga mencemari udara di sekitarnya. Hasil penelitian menunjukkan tingginya kadar timbal di udara, air, tanah, tumbuh-tumbuhan, serta darah anak-anak yang tinggal di sekitar kegiatan daur ulang aki bekas. Dampak pencemaran timbal pada anak-anak adalah dapat menghambat pertumbuhan, penurunan IQ, respon saraf melambat, terganggunya pembentukan sel darah, penyerapan vitamin D terhambat, tubuh pendek, kram perut, anemia, kerusakan ginjal, koma atau kejang, hingga dapat menyebabkan kematian. Pada orang dewasa, timbal dapat menyebabkan resiko hipertensi, kemandulan pada laki-laki, kerusakan ginjal, terganggunya pembentukan sel darah merah, resiko kematian meningkat, anemia, koma atau kejang. Beberapa hal yang dapat dilakukan untuk mencegah keracunan timbal adalah 1. Selalu menjaga kebersihan seperti mencuci tangan. 2. Tidak menggunakan produk yang mengandung timbal. 3. Mencegah adanya kegiatan yang dapat mengemisikan timbal ke lingkungan. 4. Mengkonsumsi makanan dan minuman yang mengandung zat besi dan kalsium. Berkembang dan tumbuh menjadi laboratorium lingkungan yang inovatif di Indonesia. Mari bersama turut berperan dalam membangun bangsa. Together we create the change. P3KLL, bangkit, hebat, asyik.
Dan bersama P3KLL, mari kita ciptakan lingkungan hidup sehat yang berkelanjutan.
PSI KLH.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Toksikologi PSI KLH. Laboratorium toksikologi dikembangkan untuk mengidentifikasi limbah B3. Uji toksisitas bertujuan untuk menilai risiko yang mungkin ditimbulkan dari limbah dan hasilnya berguna dalam menekan risiko bahaya terhadap lingkungan. Identifikasi sifat akut limbah dilakukan melalui uji hayati dengan menguji besaran dosis respon limbah yang menyebabkan kematian 50% populasi dari hewan uji dalam jangka waktu yang singkat dan hasilnya diterapkan sebagai nilai lethal dose 50%.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat PSI KLH. Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat melakukan kegiatan dan pengujian parameter B3 antara lain PCB serta logam berat.
Dalam upaya mengendalikan pencemaran udara, PSI KLH memiliki fasilitas laboratorium udara ambien dan emisi, di mana di lab ini memiliki kemampuan pengambilan sampel dan pengujian parameter kualitas udara yang didukung dengan peralatan pengambil contoh dan pengujian data hasil pengukuran atau pengujian emisi dan ambien dapat digunakan menjadi dasar dalam tindakan pengendalian dan pencegahan pencemaran udara.
Oke, sekarang kita berada di Laboratorium Air dan Limbah Cair. Laboratorium ini memiliki kemampuan untuk menguji kualitas air seperti parameter fisik, temperatur, padatan tersuspensi, daya hantar listrik, parameter kimia seperti pH, BOD, logam berat, dan lainnya. Saat ini kita akan mengajak kalian ke fasilitas terbaru di PSI KLH, yaitu Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan.
Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan dirancang untuk digunakan dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi PSI KLH dalam menjalankan mandatori sebagai pusat riset merkuri serta mendukung rencana aksi nasional pengurangan dan penghapusan merkuri di Indonesia tahun 2030 dan untuk mengembangkan metrologi lingkungan. Gedung Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan tidak hanya memiliki fasilitas laboratorium, namun di sini juga didukung oleh fasilitas lainnya, yaitu
ruang menyusui, musola, ruang staf, dan ruang rapat.
Oke, yuk sekarang kita lihat salah satu ruangannya. Let's go. Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan memiliki ruangan anechoic chamber yang merupakan suatu ruangan yang didesain untuk menyerap gelombang suara serta gelombang elektromagnetik secara menyeluruh. Struktur ruangan ini seperti ruangan biasa, namun yang membedakannya adalah seluruh dinding ruangan tersebut dilapisi dengan material berdaya serap tinggi. Lapisan yang disebut wedges pada ruangan tersebut berbentuk seperti kumpulan piramida dengan puncak yang mengarah pada inti ruangan. Dengan perpaduan material dan struktur lapisan ini, anechoic chamber dapat mencegah pantulan gelombang dari suara yang berasal dari ruangan tersebut, serta menghindari gangguan suara yang berasal dari luar.
Sekian lab tour dari kami.
Untuk mengenal lebih dekat lagi, silahkan mengunjungi Lab Serpong.
Jangan lupa follow semua akun media sosial kami di bawah
Di
sini
bawah
ya.
sini ya. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Konvensi Minamata adalah respon dunia terhadap bahaya merkuri dalam kehidupan manusia. Melalui konvensi ini, penggunaan merkuri akan dibatasi, dikendalikan, bahkan dihapuskan di masa yang akan datang. Kesepakatan untuk pengendalian merkuri ini diputuskan oleh 92 negara pada 10 Oktober 2013. Konvensi ini kemudian disebut dengan Minamata Convention on Mercury. Indonesia meratifikasi konvensi tersebut melalui Undang-Undang Nomor 11 Tahun 2017 dan diundangkan dalam Lembaran Negara Nomor 209 Tahun 2017. Undang-undang tersebut kemudian diimplementasikan melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 21 Tahun 2019 mengenai mengenai rencana aksi nasional pengurangan dan penghapusan merkuri dengan tujuan utamanya adalah mewujudkan Indonesia bebas merkuri pada tahun 2030. Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan kemudian menetapkan target dan strategi pengurangan serta penghapusan merkuri pada 4 bidang prioritas, yaitu manufaktur, energi, pertambangan emas skala kecil, dan kesehatan. Langkah nyata dari program tersebut diantaranya adalah pembentukan komite pemantauan dan penelitian merkuri, melaksanakan kampanye stop penggunaan merkuri, dan penyusunan kebijakan pelarangan importasi, distribusi, dan penggunaan merkuri di pertambangan emas skala kecil. Selain berperan aktif dalam konvensi Minamata, Indonesia juga memiliki perhatian serius terhadap pengurangan bahan kimia beracun dengan turut meratifikasi konvensi Stockholm melalui Undang-Undang Nomor 19 Tahun 2009. Konvensi Stockholm adalah sebuah perjanjian internasional pertama yang mewajibkan negara-negara anggota melakukan perlindungan lingkungan dan kesehatan manusia dari bahan kimia beracun atau yang disebut sebagai Persistent Organic Pollutants disingkat dengan POPs. Sebanyak 28 bahan kimia yang diidentifikasi sebagai POPs yang sudah disepakati masuk dalam Konvensi Stockholm. Sebagai bentuk partisipasi aktif terkait isu POPs ini, Indonesia telah melakukan penyusunan National Implementation Plan atau NIP pada tahun 2008. Kemudian, pemerintah telah melakukan review dan update NIP pada tahun 2014. Selain itu, Indonesia juga terlibat aktif dalam beberapa proyek untuk meningkatkan kapasitas nasional dalam memenuhi ketentuan konvensi, diantaranya proyek Introduction of a Non-Environmental Sound Management and Disposal System for PCB wastes and PCB Contaminated Equipment di Indonesia, proyek Global Monitoring Plan 2 sebagai tindak lanjut Final Result Workshop of the UNEP, GEF Project on Tools for New POPs and Inception Workshop for UNEP, GEF Project on Implementation of the GMP in Asia. Project Reducing Releases of PBDE and New POPs Originating from Unsound Waste Management and Recycling Practices and the Manufacturing of Plastics in Indonesia. Selebihnya, sejumlah program telah ditetapkan yang berkaitan dengan pengendalian dan pengurangan POPs, yaitu evaluasi dan harmonisasi peraturan pengelolaan bahan POPs di berbagai kementerian atau lembaga, meningkatkan kapasitas sumber daya laboratorium dan aparat pemerintah terkait pengujian dan pengelolaan senyawa POPs, mendorong pelaksanaan pemantauan emisi dan lepasan bahan POPs secara reguler, mendorong keterbukaan informasi hasil penelitian alternatif senyawa POPs, menyusun rancangan Perpres tentang POPs.
Pusat Standarisasi Instrumen Kualitas Lingkungan Hidup mempunyai tugas melaksanakan penyusunan kebijakan teknis dan pelaksanaan, perencanaan, perumusan, pengembangan, dan penilaian standar instrumen kualitas lingkungan hidup. Mempunyai 8 laboratorium, diantaranya laboratorium udara, laboratorium air dan limbah cair, laboratorium tanah dan limbah padat, laboratorium biologi, laboratorium kebisingan dan getaran, laboratorium kalibrasi, laboratorium toksikologi, dan laboratorium merkuri. Terletak di kawasan Puspitek Serpong, Kota Tangerang Selatan, PSI KLH merupakan eselon 2 yang berstruktur organisasi di bawah PSI LHK KLHK.
Halo, perkenalkan saya Wenda.
Saya Asri. Hari ini kami akan membawa kalian untuk lektur di PSI KLH. Selamat datang di PSI KLH.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Toksikologi PSI KLH. Laboratorium toksikologi dikembangkan untuk mengidentifikasi limbah B3. Uji toksisitas bertujuan untuk menilai resiko yang mungkin ditimbulkan dari limbah dan hasilnya berguna dalam menekan resiko bahaya terhadap lingkungan. Identifikasi sifat akut limbah dilakukan melalui uji hayati dengan menguji besaran dosis respon limbah yang menyebabkan kematian 50% populasi dari hewan uji dalam jangka waktu yang singkat dan hasilnya diterapkan sebagai nilai lethal dose 50%.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat PSI KLH. Laboratorium Tanah dan Limbah Padat melakukan kegiatan dan pengujian parameter B3 antara lain PCB serta logam berat.
Dalam upaya mengendalikan pencemaran udara, PSI KLH memiliki fasilitas laboratorium udara ambien dan emisi, di mana di lab ini memiliki kemampuan pengambilan sampel dan pengujian parameter kualitas udara yang didukung dengan peralatan pengambil contoh dan pengujian data hasil pengukuran atau pengujian emisi dan ambien dapat digunakan menjadi dasar dalam tindakan pengendalian dan pencegahan pencemaran udara.
Oke, sekarang kita berada di Laboratorium Air dan Limbah Cair. Laboratorium ini memiliki kualitas air seperti parameter fisik, temperatur, padatan tersuspensi, daya hantar listrik, parameter kimia seperti pH, BOD, logam berat, dan lainnya. Saat ini kita akan mengajak kalian ke fasilitas terbaru di PSI KLH, yaitu Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan.
Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan dirancang untuk digunakan dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi PSI KLH dalam menjalankan mandatori sebagai pusat riset merkuri serta mendukung rencana aksi nasional pengurangan dan penghapusan merkuri di Indonesia tahun 2030 dan untuk mengembangkan metrologi lingkungan. Gedung Laboratorium Merkuri dan Metrologi Lingkungan tidak hanya memiliki fasilitas laboratorium, namun di sini juga didukung oleh fasilitas lainnya, yaitu
ruang menyusui, musola, ruang staf, dan ruang rapat.
Oke, yuk sekarang kita lihat salah satu ruangannya. Let's go. Laboratorium Merkuri dan Meteorologi Lingkungan memiliki ruangan anechoic chamber yang merupakan suatu ruangan yang didesain untuk menyerap gelombang suara serta gelombang elektromagnetik secara menyeluruh. Struktur ruangan ini seperti ruangan biasa, namun yang membedakannya adalah seluruh dinding ruangan tersebut dilapisi dengan material berdaya serap tinggi. Lapisan yang disebut wedges pada ruangan tersebut berbentuk seperti kumpulan piramida dengan puncak yang mengarah pada inti ruangan. Dengan perpaduan material dan struktur lapisan ini, anechoic chamber dapat mencegah pantulan gelombang dari suara yang berasal dari ruangan tersebut, serta menghindari gangguan suara yang berasal dari luar.
Sekian lab tour dari kami.
Untuk mengenal lebih dekat lagi, silakan mengunjungi Lab Serpong.
Jangan lupa follow semua akun media sosial kami di bawah
Di
sini
bawah
ya.
sini ya. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Salam
kehidupan. Selamat datang di Pusat Penelitian Pengembangan Kualitas dan Laboratorium Lingkungan Badan Litbang Inovasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan.
Kami akan mengajak Anda untuk mengenal berbagai ancaman lingkungan hidup yang ternyata berada di sekeliling kita. Tahukah Anda bahwa kita dikelilingi dengan berbagai ancaman kesehatan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari? Salah satunya adalah datang dari logam merkuri atau nama lainnya adalah air raksa. Keberadaan merkuri tersebar di dalam alam bebas seperti batu-batuan, biji tambang, air, dan udara. Perlu kita ketahui bahwa ada 3 jenis merkuri. Pertama, merkuri elemental atau yang sering kita kenal sebagai air raksa. Bentuk ini sering kita temui di alat termometer, saklar listrik, dan lampu neon. Kedua, merkuri organik atau metil merkuri. Jenis ini kita bisa temukan dalam ikan yang terpapar limbah industri atau kepulan asap hasil dari pembakaran batu bara. Terakhir adalah merkuri anorganik. Jenis ini bisa kita temukan salah satunya dalam baterai. Merkuri dikenal juga sebagai silent killer karena dia dapat membunuh seseorang secara perlahan tanpa orang tersebut menyadari bahwa dia telah menghirup racun merkuri. Hal ini dikarenakan merkuri pada suhu ruang dapat menghasilkan uap yang berbahaya. Seseorang bisa memiliki potensi besar keracunan merkuri dalam berbagai situasi, diantaranya sebagai berikut. Mengonsumsi ikan yang tercemar limbah yang mengandung merkuri, menghirup udara yang tercemar dari kegiatan industri seperti pembakaran batu bara, atau menghirup asap gunung meletus dan kebakaran hutan. Tambalan gigi yang mengandung amalgam dapat melepaskan kandungan merkuri sehingga dapat terhirup atau tertelan. Menggunakan krim pemutih yang mengandung merkuri. Daya rusak logam merkuri kepada tubuh sangat dahsyat. Secara umum, ia akan merusak sistem saraf, ginjal, jantung, paru-paru, dan sistem kekebalan tubuh. Gejala awal yang bisa ditimbulkan adalah sakit kepala, tenggorokan, mual-mual, dan muntah. Bahkan dalam jangka panjang akan mengakibatkan gangguan penglihatan, gagal ginjal, dan hilang ingatan. Merkuri sangat berbahaya, jadi harus dihindari dengan menghindari sumber-sumber yang mengandung merkuri seperti kosmetik, lampu neon, dan lain-lain. Segeralah ke dokter apabila merasakan gejala-gejala tersebut. Penanganan secara dini lebih berpeluang besar dalam proses penyembuhan. terus berkembang dan tumbuh menjadi laboratorium lingkungan yang inovatif di Indonesia. Mari bersama turut berperan dalam membangun bangsa. Together we create the change. P3KLL, bangkit, hebat, asyik.
Dan bersama P3KLL, mari kita ciptakan lingkungan hidup sehat yang berkelanjutan. Salam kehidupan. Selamat datang di Pusat Penelitian Pengembangan Kualitas dan Laboratorium Lingkungan Badan Litbang Inovasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan.
Kami akan mengajak Anda untuk mengenal berbagai ancaman lingkungan hidup yang ternyata berada di sekeliling kita.
Penggunaan teknologi modern terkadang ibarat dua sisi mata uang. Selain manfaat yang didapat, namun ada juga loh kerugian yang ditimbulkannya, khususnya bisa bikin kesehatan kita menurun. Salah satunya adalah kebisingan yang ditimbulkan dari penggunaan teknologi di lingkungan tempat kita tinggal, belajar, atau bekerja. Sumber kebisingan misalnya berasal dari lalu lintas, pengoperasian alat berat, deru pesawat terbang, suara mesin produksi, ataupun laju kereta api yang setiap saat melintas di hadapan kita, yang dalam batas tertentu bisa mengakibatkan gangguan kenyamanan dan merusak kesehatan. Seperti kita ketahui, batas frekuensi bunyi yang bisa didengar oleh telinga manusia berada di kisaran frekuensi 20 Hz hingga 20.000 Hz. Ini yang disebut dengan frekuensi audio, sementara bunyi yang berada di bawah 20 Hz disebut infrasonik. Adapun yang di atas 20.000 Hz disebut dengan istilah ultrasonik. Bunyi dapat diukur menggunakan sound level meter dengan besaran tingkat tekanan bunyi dinyatakan dalam desibel. Secara umum, ambang batas manusia mulai mendengar adalah 20 mikropascal atau 0 desibel. Ambang batas sakit telinga adalah 140 desibel. Namun, bunyi di atas 90 desibel dapat menyebabkan kerusakan pendengaran kronis. Sedangkan bunyi dirasakan nyaman bila tingkat tekanan bunyi di bawah 55 desibel. Ada 3 jenis kebisingan. 1. Bising kontinu atau terus-menerus seperti suara mesin, kipas angin, dan lain-lain. 2. Bising intermittent atau terputus-putus yang terjadi tidak terus-menerus seperti suara lintasan kereta api ataupun suara pesawat terbang. 3. Bising impulsif yang memiliki perubahan tekanan suara melebihi 40 desibel dalam waktu yang cepat sehingga mengejutkan pendengarnya seperti suara senapan, mercon, dan lain-lain. Setelah mengetahui dampak kebisingan terhadap kesehatan dan kenyamanan lingkungan, maka kami peduli. Bagaimana dengan Anda?
Terus berkembang dan tumbuh menjadi laboratorium lingkungan yang inovatif di Indonesia. Mari bersama turut berperan dalam membangun bangsa. Together we create the change. P3KLL, bangkit, hebat, asyik.
Dan bersama P3KLL, mari kita ciptakan lingkungan hidup sehat yang berkelanjutan.
kehidupan.
Selamat datang di Pusat Penelitian Pengembangan Kualitas dan Laboratorium Lingkungan Badan Litbang Inovasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan.
Kami akan mengajak Anda untuk mengenal berbagai ancaman lingkungan hidup yang ternyata berada di sekeliling kita. Timbal atau timah hitam adalah salah satu jenis logam berat yang bersifat neurotoksin sehingga berbahaya bagi kesehatan. Timbal dapat masuk dan terakumulasi dalam tubuh manusia, hewan, dan tumbuh-tumbuhan. Timbal memiliki sifat lunak, mudah ditempa, dan bertitik leleh rendah. Saat baru dipotong, timbal berwarna perak mengilat kebiruan, tetapi jika terpapar udara permukaannya akan berubah menjadi warna abu-abu buram. Timbal akan menguap pada suhu panas 550-600 derajat Celcius. Unsur timbal maupun senyawa oksidanya mudah bereaksi dengan asam maupun basa. Keberadaan timbal ke lingkungan dapat disebabkan karena adanya pemanfaatan produk yang mengandung timbal seperti cat dasar, mainan anak-anak, bensin, dan pipa PDAM yang masih menggunakan timbal. Berdasarkan hasil penelitian P3KLL, Batan, KPBB, dan FKM UI, kasus pencemaran timbal di Jabodetabek berasal dari kegiatan daur ulang aki bekas. Timbal dibakar sehingga mencemari udara di sekitarnya. Hasil penelitian menunjukkan tingginya kadar timbal di udara, air, tanah, tumbuh-tumbuhan, serta darah anak-anak yang tinggal di sekitar kegiatan daur ulang aki bekas. Dampak pencemaran timbal pada anak-anak adalah dapat menghambat pertumbuhan, penurunan IQ, respon saraf melambat, terganggunya pembentukan sel darah, penyerapan vitamin D terhambat, tubuh pendek, kram perut, anemia, kerusakan ginjal, koma atau kejang, hingga dapat menyebabkan kematian. Pada orang dewasa, timbal dapat menyebabkan resiko hipertensi, kemandulan pada laki-laki, kerusakan ginjal, terganggunya pembentukan sel darah merah, resiko kematian meningkat, anemia, koma atau kejang. Beberapa hal yang dapat dilakukan untuk mencegah keracunan timbal adalah 1. Selalu menjaga kebersihan seperti mencuci tangan. 2. Tidak menggunakan produk yang mengandung timbal. 3. Mencegah adanya kegiatan yang dapat mengemisikan timbal ke lingkungan. 4. Mengkonsumsi makanan dan minuman yang mengandung zat besi dan kalsium.